Greetings, everyone. Koku here. You know who it is. Just stopping in before we start the show. Shoot the breeze. Saturday night, shoot the breeze. Before we start the show, just wanted to get you guys in the know as far as what we're gonna do tonight. We're gonna discuss about 10 different prompts tonight. We're gonna talk about a black man at that, who was accused of raping a woman on a commuter train. I think it was in Philadelphia, and the fact that others were standing around. We're going to talk about that tonight. We're going to talk about the IRS reporting rules. We're going to talk about some parents who were talking about their black child was beaten and spit on by white classmates. We're going to talk about a 61-year-old, I think, who married an 18-year-old woman in Florida. We're going to talk about the alcohol ban in Miami. We're going to talk about Dave Chappelle's The Closer. We're going to talk about the outrage that has ensued. We're going to talk about Boozy, rapper Boozy, and Lil Nas X. There was some stuff that happened today. And what else? So we're talking about Boozy, Lil Nas X. We're going to talk about hashtag dads on duty. I don't know if you guys heard about hashtag dads on duty, but we're going to talk about that tonight. We're going to talk about a black woman who was told by a white woman, a mixed race black woman, I should say, was told by a white woman, I never saw you as black. I kind of saw you as one of us. And then the last topic tonight we'll talk about is Eswatini protests, what's going on in Swaziland on the continent. So those are some of the things we're going to be talking about tonight. I hope you guys are excited about tonight's Shoot the Breeze as I am. I look forward to speaking to all of you tonight. We're going to start right after this break.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio. Welcome to the Bitter Medicine Podcast, where it's all about Black empowerment. Our show focuses on Black news and entertainment, arts, science, economics, history, people, and strategies that uplift, empower, and motivate Africans within the diaspora. And now, your host, whose favorite color is black, Goku.
Welcome back to the Bitter Medicine Podcast. I am your host, Koku. Just want to remind you guys before we get the show rolling that this show is part of a podcast network called KWAZ Radio. There are other shows on the network you are invited to tune into.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the Pro-Black Perspective, where black problems are addressed with black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the Revolutionary Matron on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
Yes, indeed, guys. Welcome back to another Saturday night Shoot the Breeze. You're hanging out with me, Koku, host of the Bitter Medicine Podcast. We had good, big fun last week. How many of you were here last week for the big fun that we had? Hopefully tonight can be similar. Type 1 of you were here last week, and another one of you enjoyed the show. So type 11 if you enjoyed the show and you were present. I will be dropping the link shortly for those of you who want to hop on and have your voices heard during the show tonight. I see we got folks in the chat room already. We got Daily Affirmations by Pauline, who typed 11. We got NYC Beauty saying greetings. Daily Affirmations by Pauline said greetings earlier. We have The Learning Curve is here. That's the Revolutionary Matron. You guys said what's up to the Revolutionary Matron, one of the hosts here on KWAZ Radio. We have Kevin Carey 42 is here saying greetings as well. So we're here. What's this thing here? Yeah, so we're here. Appreciate all of you for coming out and tuning in tonight. So the first prompt is up. The first prompt is Shoot the Breeze, number 1. About a man accused of raping a woman on a commuter train while fellow passengers did not intervene. So this story came out maybe a week and a half ago, maybe 2 weeks to most. It actually could have been talked about on Shoot the Breeze last week. But let me just grab this link right now to share with you guys who want to hop on. So that's the first prompt. And I'm going to, when this prompt was put up on the Discord, and that's a chance for a reminder, you guys can join the Discord. The link is in the description, is also pinned to the chat if you're here live with me tonight. Join the Discord. And you too can leave topics for me and for us to discuss on Saturday Night Shoot the Breeze. So you too can leave topics for me and for us to discuss. You want to mute your mic, Kevin Carey. Kevin Carey is now on the panel. I had to mute you just now because there was a lot of feedback. So you can join the Discord, leave your prompts as well. And when you leave a prompt, make sure to try to leave an article attached to it so that those can be shared. When I do Shoot the Breeze. I see Mr. Untouchable is here. That's the homeboy right there. Mr. Untouchable says, "What up, Koku? I want to come on. Just taking a smoke." I understand. Uwa Bantuam number 2 is here. Uwa Abantuam number 2 is here. Y'all say what's up to Uwa. He says, "Greetings, family, Jambo, Wadugu." Right? Uwa has been big in helping us connect with folks on the continent. Hopefully we can make that a fruitful endeavor going forward. So the link is there for you guys. The prompt is up. How many of you heard about this story? Let me share my screen. How many of you heard about this story before tonight? What are your thoughts on it? And you guys, by all means, can post your comments, and you could jump on as well. Okay, so I unmuted Kevin Carey because the feedback that was going on. So this first prompt, let me read this article and then we'll start talking about it. Charges are unlikely for riders who witness a SEPTA train rape, Delaware County DA's office says. Quote, it's still an open investigation, but there is no expectation at this time that we will charge passengers, said a spokesperson. Right? So the story goes, in Philadelphia, prosecutors pursuing the case against a man accused of raping a woman on a commuter train last week don't anticipate charging fellow passengers for not intervening, a spokesperson for the suburban Philadelphia district attorney said. So before I go on, let me just say that this person is a black man. His last name is Ngoy, right? Ngoy. And, this story came up, and the ADOS FBA guys, they were all over this immediately. Oh, that's not us. Just an immigrant, a criminal immigrant bringing their criminal cells to America and all this type of stuff. And this story is, I mean, just deeper than this. It's really not about where the person is from. It's about the fact that it's a black person, right? So this black man raped a woman on a train. And there were people who were watching. No one, if I remember correctly, no one called the police. But, you know, on these trains, especially in the Northeast here, cops are always on these train stations. They'll jump on a train at random, it seems. And so I think some cops hopped on the train and kind of walked in on the scene, if memory serves me correct. But to continue with the article, it's still an open investigation, but there's no expectation at this time that we will charge passengers, said Marjorie McAvoy, spokeswoman for the Delaware County District Attorney's Office. Prosecutors did not expand on why charges were unlikely. Authorities continue to investigate the October 13th attack, where a woman was repeatedly touched and groped over the course of a 40-minute ride, despite trying to push 35-year-old Fiston Ngoy away, according to an arrest affidavit that detailed the surveillance footage from the train. Investors say Ngoy ripped the woman's pants off and proceeded to rape her for somewhere between 6 and 8 minutes before officers boarded the train and detained him. Requests by the Associated Press for surveillance video from the October 13th attack on the Market-Frankfurt line have been denied, citing the ongoing criminal investigation. It remains unclear exactly how many other passengers were in the vicinity and whether they actually witnessed or recorded what happened on the Southeastern Pennsylvania Transport Authority train. Police declined to say how many passengers may have witnessed the assault, but have said it appeared that some held their phones up in the direction of the assault, seemingly to film the attack. Police have also declined to say whether investigators have found any photos or videos of the attack posted online. In an interview Tuesday with radio station WPHT, SEPTA Police Chief Thomas J. Nessel III said as many as 10 people may have seen some part of the attack. Nessel has said Philadelphia 911 did not receive any calls about the attack. He said Monday operators at Delaware County 911 were still researching whether it received calls. A message to a SEPTA spokesman seeking updated information was not immediately returned Wednesday. Ngoy is charged with rape and related sexual assault offenses. He was being held on $180,000 bail, waiting an initial appearance scheduled for October 25th. Attorney Mary Elizabeth Welch confirmed the Delaware County Public Defender's Office is representing Ngoy, but said she could not comment on the case Wednesday. Court records show Ngoy has a history of arrests and convictions under at least 3 names in Washington, D.C., Philadelphia, and suburban Northeast Pennsylvania counties, including public intoxication, defecating or urinating in public disturbance, and other charges. In D.C., Ngoy pleaded guilty to misdemeanor sexual abuse in November 2017 under the name Jack Falcon, after police said he groped 2 women on the street near a homeless shelter where he was staying. Kyle Ray, you're here with me on the panel. What are your thoughts about that story?
I saw something today in the New York press about another situation that happened. It wasn't a rape, but a murder in the 60s.
Mm-hmm.
You might have heard about it. Kitty Genovese.
No, I'm not familiar.
Yeah, it was a woman that got murdered, I think in Queens, and the neighbors heard it, but no one did anything or called the police. But here's another thing that goes on too that people gonna understand when you ride the train, especially here in New York. I can't speak for Pennsylvania.
Mm-hmm.
But people don't want to get involved in that shit because now, let's say that suspect gets away, the police are desperate to pin the thing on somebody else, and they can get you. They can say, oh, well, you were there. We didn't see anyone else, and they can charge you for it.
Yeah, that's happened. That's definitely happened where people were reporting a crime and got swept up as a suspect in the crime. That can happen. Also, I'm going to keep it real. In New York here, Sorry. Again, speaking for New York, where we live, you might you could be well-meaning, and you might go and get involved in something. It's happened during Labor Day where guys were shooting, and a guy was there with his daughter, and he said, "Yo, dude, fellas, we come on here to party. What are y'all doing?" And they shot him and killed him. And I think people are mindful of things like that too. But I don't know if that's something. Me personally, I don't think you should stand by and watch someone being harmed, especially if it's your own people.
Yeah.
You know what I
Well,
mean?
as I said, there was another case too where, and this happens many times, where it was a mother and she was getting beaten up by her boyfriend. The son intervenes. He ends up killing the guy, and he ends up going to jail for life.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
it's just a lot of these things that go through people's mind, and we say in New York, you can't even defend yourself.
Mm-hmm.
You're not allowed to.
You're not allowed to. Yeah. You can't have no concealed carry. You can't even have You really can't even have a piece in New York, much less a concealed. Yeah, much less a concealed carry.
You can go to Westchester. You can go to any other place in New York State, but New York City, you cannot have a gun, and it takes you years to get one.
Mm-hmm. I was in the process of getting one for the house, and they gave me so much. Like I had to pause and pick it up again in the near future. But that's the trouble here in New York. They kind of set you up here. In a lot of these Democratic-run states, period, they kind of set you up to be a victim all the time.
Yeah.
So what say you guys listening? This is the thing. The matron is here. Let me let her onto the stream. All right, let's welcome the revolutionary matron to the panel.
Greetings, matron. How are you?
Greetings, everybody. Can you hear me clearly? I'm in my car, but I have to chime in on this topic.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, great. This is a whole nother counter narrative. People have exhibitionist fantasies.
Yeah.
And you could get involved in this mess, right? And you can think meaning. And you can think that you're well-meaning and you report this or you try to help this situation, and they were just really getting their kink off.
Mm-hmm. Because being human for a second here, it's pretty surreal to be on a train going to work and all of a sudden a dude starts raping a woman. Like you could, in this day and age, you could very easily say this is a prank. This is some exhibition and stuff, like the matron just said. So there are those factors as well. But I'm curious to know what the racial makeup of the woman was.
It was a black woman.
Oh, it was. Because I was just going to say, if it was a black woman, and those commuters were, especially if they were non-black, they wouldn't feel no ways to protect that woman.
But Koku, you got to understand something. And I had this conversation with the matron yesterday. Society is just getting colder and colder and colder, where no one cares. And she mentioned something earlier. We have turned into a voyeuristic society.
Yeah.
And tomorrow, whoever, and I bet you those videos are kind of circulating right now on the dark web or someplace. People love seeing stuff like that. And what you're saying, like I told her yesterday, a lot of stuff that's in the dark web, it's starting to come from the bottom of the dark web all the way up to the common web now. People don't care anymore.
Yeah. So I just want to say, Ua Bantuum said, unbelievable. How does that happen for 8 minutes? The learning curve says, what kind of people do this and just watch it happen? Sick. Daily affirmation by Pauline says she heard about Kitty's murder. So she heard about it before. What became of that case? So people heard her getting murdered, but didn't lift a finger. What happened to them?
I think that case is still unsolved to this day.
Oh, wow.
Because as I said, no one wants to get involved. Listen, the moment you get involved, your name's on that list. Now they can't find a suspect, and people, the politicians, the DA, the citizens are putting pressure on the police. Guess what? They're gonna come after you now. They're gonna say you were there.
Yeah, it's possible. And some people will hear you say that and say, "Oh, that's a very weak argument," but that's a real thing. You know what it is to, and again, it's happened in various ways. You know what it is to go and say, "Hey, man, I was, stopping a woman from being raped, and in her confusion, perhaps in her distress, likely, she remembers that it was you doing the raping." You see how that works? And most people don't want to get caught up in nothing like that.
And here's another thing too. When you, even with whatever felony crime you're doing, let's say you're a witness and you come forward, your address and everything is made public.
Right. As a predator and all that stuff, yeah.
And them dudes gonna come after you. And what they said, the criminals they know the law more than you do.
Right. That's a fact too. Any other comments from you guys and who were here in the chat? I try to wait for you guys to comment, but sometimes y'all, with all due respect, be taking too long. I'm gonna post a second prompt now, and I'm going to post the link for anyone who may have just come into the chat, who wants to join the panel and have their voice heard. We got Mr. Untouchable now joining us on the panel. What says you, Mr. Untouchable?
Hey, what up, cool? Everything good?
Yeah, everything cool, man. What you saying?
Ain't nothing, man. Ain't nothing. Oh, hey, I was listening to the first question. You on the second question? Eh?
No, I ain't started yet. I just posted it.
Okay.
But go ahead.
It's that story is an interesting story because the brothers say we are voyeuristic society, and I'm thinking to myself, what happened to the cameras? Nobody's cell phone. How they pull out their cell phone, or I kind of confused about that thing. See, if I was in that situation, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I really want no guilt to be put on me or someone blaming me, I can make sure, tell somebody, listen, film this, you know what I mean? Or I'd expect inside the train itself, they would have cameras. So I'm just like a random person coming and trying to defend this person. Because I really don't see me just standing there watching a black woman get raped like that.
Yeah.
You got to understand something too. Also, the mainstream media will edit in such a way that they can implicate you.
I mean, they could try to, but at the end of the day, if my stuff is on film and the train sees me coming in the train at a different time than the two people who was fighting, I could defend myself in court. Yeah, I mean, I wonder if I could defend. I don't give a shit. I mean, the media could vilify me all they want to, huh?
Here's the question for you though. Do you have the money? Because I've seen people who have been declared innocent. It took them years, but their lives were ruined, and they were financially broke after that. They never recovered.
I agree. I agree with you, brother. But see, the problem is, what's the alternative, and where do we draw the line? Because let's just say a little girl was being assaulted. Are we gonna stand back and have the fear of, okay, I don't want to get in trouble and intervene? This little girl is getting raped on a train in front of me, but I don't want to get in possible trouble or the consequences that the state might look at me, in trying to rape this young lady. I'm gonna just sit back and watch the situation and happening. Where do we draw the line with that? To me, it's a slippery slope, man. For me,
I have a theory that you see all this stuff going on now, you're gonna start seeing the time. Because I said in New York back in the '80s, you had a lot of vigilantes.
Yeah,
the movie.
Yeah, I remember that.
Have you ever seen that those movies called Death Wish with Charles Bronson?
Yes.
Those were after the Bernie Getz situation. When Bernie Getz.
Yeah, I remember Bernie Getz. I remember that. I remember that case. Yes.
Yeah. You're gonna start seeing a whole lot more of that.
I think Mr. Untouchable he did shed light on a part of this that's super important. That when you put that piece of information in there, yeah, you definitely inaction is not an option. See what when Mr. Untouchable brought up, well, the train stations or the trains probably have cameras. The reality in this story, for sure, I'm not sure if all trains in New York have cameras. But in this story, they tell you that there's a camera on the train.
Yeah, I can confirm that. When I went over to Philly to cover the Philly baseball team, when I was on the train, they had cameras on the train. In New York City, only the buses have cameras. The trains don't have any cameras.
Right, trains don't have cameras here. So that's an excellent point, because with trains on the camera, sorry, with cameras on the train, not trains on the camera, with cameras on the train, yeah, I mean, you definitely have to get involved. But I understand the two sides of it. I understand those people who might have apprehensions. But it's hard for me to sit back and watch a black woman be harmed. Yeah, go ahead, Kevin Cowray.
I must admit too that when I take the LIRR, right,
Mm-hmm.
I went to a place called Wine Dance. You don't want to be there after like 10 o'clock at night on the LIRR. A lot of those cameras in those stations, they don't work.
I was going to mention that too. I paused when I was talking because I was thinking to mention, now in New York, a lot of times these cameras that they have they don't work, you know.
And also a lot of them are dummy cameras.
Yeah, and I never understood that too, the dummy camera. It's just silly, because when something happens, now everyone's gonna know that camera don't do nothing, you know. Yeah. The second prompt is up. The second prompt is up. It says thoughts on revised IRS reporting rules. The old folks believe keeping money under the mattress was the safest way to save. Do these types of rules prove they were right? Before we talk about that, I see that a daily affirmation by Pauline had said if it was in the island, he would have been beaten senseless.
You know that. She know I'd go.
Yeah.
She know I'd go.
You can't be raping no gal on no jitney in Nassau. No way. So that couldn't even start, to be honest.
But you gotta understand something too, Koku. These places in the north, a lot of them in the north, these cities in the Northeast, they're liberal cities.
Yeah.
They don't want you. These are the people that say, "Oh, we want to take away your guns."
Yeah.
They couldn't stop Alec Baldwin from killing somebody, right? What shit?
Yeah, they going after Baldwin too.
You think something coming out of that?
I don't think nothing gonna come out of it, but they will try.
The family's gonna get paid some money though.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. But as far as because what happened is the Republicans, they kind of hate that dude for clowning Trump and all that type of shit. So
yes, this their chance. Oh yes.
Yeah, so this their chance. So all them, like on Twitter today, it was trending something like what was it, like jail for Alec or something was trending. Earlier today.
If you have a good lawyer, you can say, "Listen, that was a person's fault. It was a new person on the set. They should have checked the gun."
This happened before.
Brandon Lee, the Crow.
Yeah, it happened with Brandon Lee, Bruce Lee's son, and it also happened with this young guy. There's this show we used to get back in the day called Voyagers, where it was these two guys who's a time traveler. The older guy was doing a movie, and this is how I learned about this stuff. The older guy who was on that show, he was a young guy at the time. He was only like 28, I think. He was doing a movie, and there was a scene where he was playing around with this prop gun and put it to his temple and pulled the trigger. And that's when I learned that prop guns discharge a tight rolled up paper. So and if you discharge that close enough to your person, it could cause damage.
I didn't know that.
A water paper, a tight rolled piece of paper the size of a bullet, comes out of that gun. He had it to his temple, so it hit him and killed him.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah, so I don't know. I think that's still the case somewhat, but it sound, this Baldwin thing, it sounded like he was on some bullshit too, where he was like, where he pointed the gun at some people and started firing, but he's a big name too. He ain't nothing really gonna come of it, but they gonna drag him through the mud though.
They could drag his name through the mud, yeah.
Yeah, they gonna drag him, and the Republicans are out to drag him too. So the new prompt is thoughts on the revised IRS reporting rules. The old folks believe keeping money under the mattress was the safest way to save. Do these types of rules prove they were right? When this prompt was made, I guess I'm still sharing that old screen. When this prompt was made, there was an article as well. Let me pull it up real quick. While I'm pulling it up, what do you guys think about this prompt?
Well, first things first, let's go Brandon.
First things first, let's go Brandon.
You know what that means?
No.
All right. Do you remember a couple of weeks ago when that NASCAR guy won the race, and the media was like, "Oh, they're saying let's go Brandon." What they were saying was "F you Biden."
Oh, okay.
So that's the term for "F you Biden."
Oh, that's news to me. Okay, I learned something. So I have this article here I'm going to share with everyone.
The pendulum swings,
both
conservative
ways.
or Republican.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that since the Democrats in control of the House now, they want to get all the money they could with private businesses and make sure people pay their taxes, because Trump wasn't for that.
Right.
Trump was paying as little taxes as possible.
Yeah, they're trying to. They know that next November they're going to get decimated in the election, so they're trying to do as much as possible.
Yeah, this brother coming to clamp down on businessmen who probably was paying the tax. You know how the liberals do. You know how they do. So it's just the pendulum swinging the other way now. If Trump come back, or a conservative guy, he'll get rid of all that shit.
Mm-hmm. So this article reads: IRS bank account reporting proposal gets revised. Here's what the newest version says. The scale back proposal would require financial firms to report aggregate information on accounts with more than $10,000 flowing in and out. The Biden administration has revised a controversial plan that would require banks and other financial service institutions to report account data to the IRS in an effort to crack down on tax cheats. The original proposal, which sparked ire among banking trade groups, consumers, and even debt collectors, would have required financial firms to report aggregate data for all accounts with at least $600 flowing in and out annually. Under the revised plan, firms would still be required to report account data, but the threshold has been increased to $10,000, meaning accounts with less than that flowing in and out each year would not be subject to the rules. The proposal would not, as some critics have said, allow the IRS to track individual transactions, and banks would not be required to report individual transactions to the IRS. Rather, according to a fact sheet supplied Tuesday by the U.S. Treasury, banks would add 2 additional data points to the information that was already supplied to the IRS: how much money went into the account over the course of the year and how much came out. The Treasury argues this data will help the IRS better focus its audits on wealthy people who are evading their tax responsibilities, as opposed to spending resources on adults of people who are tax compliant. Today's congressional tax compliance proposal reflects the administration's strong belief that we should zero in on those at the top of the income scale who don't pay the taxes they owe, while protecting American workers who do. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen said in a tweet on Tuesday, Democrats are hoping to salvage a proposal they say is key to paying for the administration's ambitious social and economic agenda. However, the scaled-back version does not seem to have appeased critics. Every American should be wary of giving the IRS more power and more tentacles into private financial transactions.
I agree.
Tweeted Republican Senator Mike Crapo of Idaho. Ryan Donovan, Executive Vice President of the Credit Union National Association, called the plan a walking nightmare in a statement. Every time this proposal changes, it gets worse, he said. For the country's minimum wage workforce, there's no fundamental difference between $600 reporting threshold and a $10,000 reporting threshold. And they say you can check out the full fact sheet at this link here. I won't click it right now, but we get the idea. Mr. Untouchable, you have more to add to that?
Yes, well, let me declare, I'm anti-big government. I live in a country where everything is have to flow through the government. I'm anti-big government, brother. And I think that the wealthy men gonna find ways to put their money in places where big governments can't touch their money. They earn that money. You know what I mean? So it's like you taking more from me because I was able to do more in your economy. Now, I think that what's gonna happen is that a lot of these guys, which they doing right now anyways, despite the fact that whatever the hell Biden doing, they're going to take their money and put it in crypto, and then they could transfer their money accordingly. They're going to do what they need to do. That banking game is over, man. That's all over. That's all over. Really and truly. I mean, because ever since crypto and people are able to put their monies in crypto accounts and different things of that nature, you don't necessarily have to disclose like you used to because the government has not necessarily worked out all the animals to crypto yet.
Right.
So that's my take on it.
Yeah, the rich always have loopholes, man.
Yeah,
and these guys know it. These guys know the rich have loopholes, but they talk to poor people. They talk to people who mightn't be as aware or as informed.
Yes.
Right. They talk to them like dummies. Right.
Where I go.
Exactly. Is that whole paternalization that you have in the West here, where a lot of people sign up for it. As a matter of fact, it's not just that they talk to you that way, but a lot of people sign up to be treated like a child.
Absolutely. And you know what? If you act like a child, people will treat you like that.
Will treat you like a child. And so
Biden's son is the biggest gangster in the friggin' world. You think he paying taxes? Come on.
Right. They know, and they threw in a line in here about how they want to do these social and economic programs and they want funding, and so they don't want people cheating on taxes so they could. But the rich have always been cheating on taxes.
Always.
It just depends on how much they're going to be able to cheat, depending on which government is in, Republican or Democrat or whatever, right?
It's just that they KW Dawn said that they're not benefiting from the tax shelters. It's like countries where it used to be the Bahamas and what's the other country in the Caribbean? Cayman Islands. They benefit from these tax havens. So America just want a piece of that gangsterism back, and I understand that.
Yeah. That people, KW Dawn says something here that's correct. He says Africans in America are vulnerable to these type of policies because they do not participate in the tax sheltering, and that's nothing but facts right there.
You gotta play a different game, KW Dawn. Play the game they playing. Play the game they playing.
Yeah. If you don't play the game that they playing, you can't complain.
And he would say, well, how you play the game? A lot of things that Africans in America do is by themselves as individuals.
Yeah.
Once you put your name and everything you do into a business, the tax rules change, brother.
Yeah, man.
You know what I mean? The rules change.
I have this book here. See, people don't, maybe one of these days I should talk about this, man. I have this book here. She comes out with a different one every couple of years, but I think I have the most recent one. It's called something like 492 ways to save in taxes or something. It's some kind of title like that. It's a long title. I can't remember it right now. But I went through it about 2 years ago, and I talked to my tax person about this stuff, and I tried to apply as many of those items as I can. A lot of folks don't know. A lot of folks don't understand. Like, there's this thing in taxes out here called exemptions.
Yes, sir.
And you know what I'm saying? And
yes,
there's a way you play that exemptions game.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Where you turn it up high for a period of time and then you lower it back down like a stove. Yeah,
lower down like a stove. Put your name set your name up as a company, a LLC. It's all. You got to play the right game.
You play the right game.
Business.
You play the right game. People don't understand that, man. You play the right game. You know. So you know, poor people will get the shit out of the stick for that. They'll be all up in your accounts. A lot of you Instagram 304s will be affected because that little PayPal money you was getting on the side and didn't have to tell nobody about and all that kind of stuff, that's gonna show up now.
Yes, sir.
The little $40, Mr. Untouchable them has passed by and give you all every so often. That's gonna get reported now.
They want every piece. They're like a pimp. They want every piece. Every piece. But
so where's the $40 Mr. Untouchable give you last week?
Shit, give me a piece of that.
Float your boy at 10. Float your boy at 10. Yeah,
that's
man.
That's right.
So what KW Don said there is very important, something that everyone should note, that you know, black folks, because black folks are not participating in the game the way they should. Right? You'll always be the loser. I went to this organizational meeting a couple of years ago, like 3, maybe 4 years ago. And they spent this whole time shitting on capitalism. Not, trust me, I don't consider myself a doctrinaire capitalist or anything like that. I believe in commerce. I believe in the ability to make a profit, but I believe it to be a moral practice as well, right?
That's cool.
You shouldn't be hoarding money like some of these guys are hoarding billions, hundreds of millions of dollars and all this kind of stuff. Make your money. If you put something into the world, you should be paid something for it.
I agree with that.
But you ain't got to put your foot on the necks of people. You ain't got to exploit people so heavily, if you get what I'm saying.
Yes, I agree with that.
So that's my thing, right? And I went and I'm listening to them shit talking this capitalism. I'm like, listen, first of all, what y'all talking about is crony capitalism. It's capitalist imperialism, right? That's the problematic thing. But the ability to, because when you preach that anti-capitalist thing, what I notice in like black political organization is this adherence to struggle. Everyone must always be struggling. Forever. We struggling against the struggle, and we struggling against ourselves. You know what I'm saying? So, which pisses me off. You'll go around, it's just like the church. You'll see these church people struggling. You'll see this little hole in the wall that they crawl into at night called a home. But meanwhile, they giving their money to this pastor who living nice. It's the same kind of thing. So that kind of cronyism is the problem. But to talk about, to be shitting on that while you out here struggling, it just doesn't make no sense to me. You can't play socialism in a capitalist game.
It does not work. Not in America. If you know what, Koku, I like sometimes, because I've been to Cuba. Okay.
Yeah.
And these people with these socialist fantasies, just go to Cuba like a week. Spend some time there, and you will see. And people will say, well, it's because of blockades or whatever. This is what big government does in socialist countries, brother. And I mean, just spend a week there. Just spend a week there and then go back home and just, you will tell me if you ain't kissing the United. And I'm a big advocate of the U.S.
Right. I get it.
But you will be kissing the ground, brother. You'll be kissing the ground when you reach 5.
I know someone who has some in-laws from the Ukraine, and the father always talks about the bread lines and all that shit was like fucking ridiculous, and educated people like he's like this big time mathematics mind, and struggling to work and have to go and struggle on these bread lines and soup lines and all that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? But the point I'm trying to get at ultimately is, that this is the game that's playing out here. Get you some.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Learn the rules of the game and play the game. You can
Play
get
it
a little
well.
bit. Yes, you can get a little bit. You can get yours, you know.
You can get a little something.
Yes, man. You can trickle. You won't get it. If you go after it, you can get it.
And if you practice some group economics after you get it, you could hold on to a little. You could build a little something.
You could build a little something. You might even be able to help a few.
Exactly. Exactly. And so that's the thing I want folks to I preached that at the end of last year. That's before Mr. Untouchable came through. But I preached at the end of last year, but make this year coming and the years to come about abundance, man. Secure abundance.
Gotta be.
You know?
Enough struggle Olympics.
Yeah, enough struggling. You know?
Struggle Olympics, man.
Yeah. My uncle used to say, dare to struggle. That's cool. That sounds nice, man. But you ain't got to be a struggler all the way through.
Forever?
You know?
No, man. No,
Forever,
man.
ever?
Keep that.
Yeah.
Keep that, man. Keep that.
So the learning curve, that's the revolutionary matron, says, I don't want to struggle no more. And I get it. This struggle thing, again, you don't have to have your foot on no one's neck. You ain't got to oppress nobody. You could be fair about it. You know, there's something called, isn't there something called fair capitalism or something like that? But, you could be fair about it. Instead of making 80 damn cents on every dollar, you can make a little less and let that man eat a little more. You know what I mean? You ain't got to.
Yeah, I respect that.
Yeah. Come on.
I respect that. Hey, Matron, you need to come on, Matron and Pauline. You all need to come on and stop sending texts.
Oh boy, you could tell that man from the Bahamas, but you all need to come on and stop sending texts. But yeah, that's the second prompt. Kara, you got anything else to add to that? No, actually, I don't think you added anything. Go ahead.
I was just listening, but my opinion is what you're seeing is the destruction of an empire. When you gotta resort to mafia-like tactics, that's the end of your empire.
Yeah. Yeah, strong arming means there's some fear going on. And they want to know exactly what you got going on so that nothing blindsides them. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they're not gonna. What they want to really to do is to track all your transactions, and this is just a way for their new digital currency. Think about here in the city. Remember, we had Metro cards, right?
Yeah.
Now they're moving to Omni next year.
They're moving to what? Omni,
right?
What's Omni?
It's a new card where you could. It's a card. I forgot what they call it. Something. I know the last thing is NY, but I forgot what the OM stands for. There won't be any more unlimited rides anymore.
Really?
Yeah, you got to pay your fare now.
Wow, I didn't know that.
They lost a lot of money last year during the pandemic.
Yeah.
And they still losing money because people are jumping the turnstile, not paying anything.
Right. Well, people jumping out like crazy now.
Because there's no more cops in the. I mean, there are cops there, but they don't come as much anymore.
Mm-hmm. The revolutionary matron says, she says, LOL, I'm calling a few, and the empire is not ending. The lords are changing. One or the other. Because I personally don't think the U.S. going nowhere no time soon. They have too much of a grip.
Not no time soon. No.
Yeah, they have too much of a grip on the world for them to go anywhere really. But the lords can change, So let's go on to the next prompt, I guess. The next prompt is. Let me show it to you guys. Next prompt is: can you believe this? Parents say black students were beaten and spit on by white classmates. Well, the short answer is hell yeah, I could believe it. Let's get to the article that accompanies this. Hopefully this is not behind a paywall. Some ad blocker wall, which is usually the case. Okay, so here we are. Parents say black students were beaten and spit on by white classmates. Let me see if I could share this with you guys. Yeah, so parents say black students were beaten and spit on by white classmates. Black elementary and middle school students at Duluth Edison charter schools in Minnesota face racist abuse, their parents allege in a lawsuit. Minnesota is showing their ass for a couple of years now to being racist. Did you go to school in Minnesota, Mr. Untouchable?
Nah,
Oh, okay.
I went to college in Kentucky. So.
Oh, Kentucky. Okay. The suit filed in April 2019 details a culture of racism at the Duluth Edison Charter Schools, Raleigh, seen here on North Star Academy campuses and school officials' refusal to address it. A student of parents is suing a Minnesota school system alleging that their black child faced racist bullying and discrimination from students and staff, including racist slurs and physical attacks. One teacher allegedly cut off a student's dreadlock and threw it in the trash, the parents say. Callie Proctor, Caitlin Hansen, Roynetta Bergens, I must be a black person, Roynetta Bergens, and Desmond Gilbert are seeking monetary compensation and demanding systematic changes at Duluth Edison charter schools for the experiences their elementary and middle school age children endured. The suit, filed in April 2019, details a culture of racism at the school's Raleigh and North Star Academy campuses and school officials' refusal to address it. There's been a lot of frustrated families in the Duluth Edison community, said Rebecca Bailey, an attorney representing the parents. The families in this case, all they really ever wanted is for the children to be treated fairly at school. They fought long and hard to remedy their individual situations as best they could through the system. This case was only filed when they exhausted those opportunities, right? Last month, at least 24 nonprofit advocacy groups joined to file an amicus brief in support of the children and the lawsuit after an attorney for DECS requests to have the suit dismissed. That's probably the Department of Education now. The groups include the American Civil Liberties Union of Minnesota, the National Women's Law Center, and many others. Tim Sullivan, an attorney for DECS, told NBC News his office filed a request in August because, quote, the facts gathered demonstrate that there is neither a factual nor legal basis to support the claims asserted against my client, end of quote. The lawsuit said the white students bit, punched, kicked, pinched, and spit on black students and repeatedly called them the N-word. The white classmates also taunted them, calling them Negro or monkey and telling them they look like what's inside a toilet. In 2017, a white student at North Star Academy threatened to stab a black kindergartner in the eye with a screwdriver because she looked different, the lawsuit said. White students allegedly pinched and kicked the girl, who was biracial, on several occasions. And during one bus ride to school, an older white student punched the girl so hard she had a bruise on her rib, the suit states. The girl's father, Gilbert, approached school officials several times, demanding to meet and discuss the discrimination, only to have staff avoid him and fail to take any meaningful action, according to the lawsuit. In a statement to NBC News, Tammy Ratcliffe, a spokesperson for DECS, declined to comment on the specific claims, but said the school system strongly denies any allegation of discriminatory conduct and has vigorously defended itself from these false allegations. The statement continues, there is nothing more important to Duluth Edison charter schools than the well-being of the students we educate every day. Duluth Edison Charter Schools has welcomed a diverse community of learners for nearly 25 years. Throughout that time, we have remained committed to creating a respectful, inclusive, and safe learning environment for students, staff, and other families. The core values that shape our school community include respect, compassion, justice, and integrity. We take seriously any concerns from students, parents, and our community that do not reflect these values. There are 1,300 students at the two DECS locations. The school's website states, and white students account for 78.6% of the school's population, according to the most recent data from the U.S. Department of Education's Office for Civil Rights. Duluth is a predominantly white city, with black residents accounting for 2.3% of the population, according to the census data. Once you see those numbers like that, you can expect that to be a racist society. According to the lawsuit, one black student was spit on so profusely by a white student that she had to change clothes. The white harassers received little to no punishment, according to a statement from Public Justice, a nonprofit legal advocacy firm also representing the plaintiff. And black and biracial students are punished more harshly and more regularly than their white peers. In Minnesota, black students are disparately punished and suspended 8 times as often as white students, according to the state's Department of Human Rights. The lawsuit says the school staff is more lenient with white students accused of harassment, and school officials allegedly didn't take parents' concerns seriously. In an interview with the Duluth News Tribune, Proctor said her son endured so much abuse that he told her that he didn't want to be black anymore. It really breaks my heart because while all the other kids are dreaming of their life, he was dreaming of equality, Proctor said, adding that she tried to work with the school to put an end to the harassment. I wasn't feeling that my voice was heard. They have policies and procedures in place, but I felt they really weren't following through with what was being said. The students discussed in the suit, who have all since left DECS, found support and comfort in Crystal Gardner, then one of the school's cultural liaisons, according to the complaint. Right away, I realized that there was an issue with the N-word being used so loosely at the school, Gardner told the News Tribune. A lot of the black students felt like if they even raised this concern, that nothing's going to happen. And I sympathize with them and the parents who were offended as well, especially upon my bringing awareness of how hurtful that term is. Gardner repeatedly notified school administrators of this racially hostile culture, including an incident where students drew a swastika on a school bus, but nothing was ever done, according to the lawsuit. She recently settled her own lawsuit against DECS for wrongful termination, retaliation, and discrimination after she was fired in June 2018 for complaining about the racist harassment the students experienced. At the school, I diligently provided support resources, educational tools, and concepts from a cultural perspective. Gardner told NBC News, this was met with resistance, not always, but more than enough. Nonetheless, with valiant persistence, I aspired beyond my adverse experience at the school to ensure the students of color had received an equitable and reasonable education, deprived of interference to their success. That article was kind of lengthy, but you guys heard the article. You see the prompt. What say you, Kevin Carey?
All right. I'm going to be real, raw, and no chaser here.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people are not going to like what I say, but I say I blame those goddamn parents. And I bet you those parents are those uppity parents that thought, oh, I'm making more money. Let me go send my kid to this all-white school. You deserve everything that comes to you.
Mm-hmm.
You're putting your kid's psychological well-being into such a bad state. That little boy talking about he doesn't want to be black, and that's some garbage right there.
Mm-hmm.
Why would you want to put that's like putting a chicken into the den of snakes.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mr. Untouchable, what say you?
For me, I have the devil on two different sides of me. See, with things like this, right?
Yeah.
I try to defer to people like Matron. Matron is a well-spoken, very articulate lady. She'll understand how to handle these kinds of situations in a very rational way. She know how to speak to these white folks where the police don't have to be called. So I would defer to people like her in dealing with things like this. Because see, the South Beach side of me and the East Street side of me, right? Let me tell you what happened. If I choose the South Beach side of me. If I send my son to a school and he may have dreadlocks or long hair, and the teacher decides on her own now to cut them locks off his head, or to cut his head and throw it in the garbage, I'm going to the Walmart and I can get Andy's clippers and I get up to that school and I can cut her hair That's what I could do. I could cut her hair in front of the whole class, and the police could be called, and then I could be away from my child for a while, because they can say, "Well, you this guy, you're messing with this white lady." I can take drastic means. So I feel like cooler heads have to prevail. I understand that ultimately you have to use the system and work the system to do what it needs to do. I understand that, brother. You're all in America, you're all outgunned, and you need to let cooler heads prevail. But that East Street side of me, I'm telling you, wait, Kweku, you know what it is, brother. You know what it is. You know what it is. You know what it is.
What we talking? We talking Kwaku Street or are we talking Strawn's Corner East Street?
I get Strawn's Corner straight up. I get wait for them. I get wait for them to come out of that school in that nice uniform. I can grab her. You know what it is? I can grab her and oh my god, the gorillas. Gorillas attacking this white lady. You know what I mean? I don't want to take it there.
If people only knew what we talking about when we talk about East Street and stuff, Strawn's Corner.
I gotta remember that. They know what it is. They know what it is.
Yeah.
They cooler heads have to prevail, and you gotta use the system and work the system to its best benefit. So you have to, I guess, resort to rational voices, well-spoken people to try to see if you could, sort out the situation in a way that nobody have to go to jail.
No, but when it comes to your kids,
she already have me in jail. I'm in jail for that shit.
Yeah, because when it comes to your kids, there's very little room for nonsense, to be honest, because you have to be the strength. I'm talking about men and women as parents. You have to be the strength that your kids emulate in the future. And so if someone comes to you and says, hey, your child is being mistreated, or your child comes home and you see a whole lock cut off his head, and the child tells the teacher cut it off and throw it in the garbage, I got to be honest with you got to do in that teacher. You might have to go and sit. Yeah, you have to do the teacher in. Because, and some people wouldn't understand that. Some people say, but you're a parent. You're taking yourself away from your child. Listen, what you're doing there is you're giving that child, for the remainder of their time, you're giving that child that support that they need. If someone come to mess with that kid again, that kid could coolly tell them, listen, my daddy in jail already for such and such and such.
Yeah,
he have no problem going back. Yeah, he don't play that. He have no time. Yeah, he have no problems going back. I will take your name down today. You might cut my ass, so fine. I'll take your name down today, and when he come out, he'll be seeing you.
You know what I mean?
And when you start doing stuff like that, people will start to back off your children. Because let me tell y'all something. That bullying children shit, that destroys children, man. That shit is damaging.
Absolutely. And you know what? The child, when you do shit like that, the children will say, you know what? Let's not mess with him because his daddy is crazy.
Exactly.
Or better yet, my daddy is in jail for doing it, but I got uncles, all right?
Exactly. You see? And so, and as a parent, you just have to take that one for the team.
Now, I will say this. There are two fatal mistakes that we as people make. We don't read these people's student handbooks before we send our children into their schools. You can request that, and you need to interview the schools that you're trying to send your children to find out what their rules are. Because in these white schools, bullying is not a thing that a white child can do in their environment from their perspective. And you know what happens to our babies? They 6, 7, 8, and 9 years old going home committing suicide because they can't deal with it. Because that was the thing here in Michigan. Okay, every year, at least one little beautiful black child kills themselves because their parents have introduced them into this dynamic. The second thing that you don't do, because you don't think that all war is happening right now, is that you don't sew into your children's clothes, coats, hats, gloves, those little miniature camcorders. Because guess what? They are surveilling your children all the time. The teachers have a law, usually in most of the schools here, the teachers and the employees of the district have something that says they can't record and they can't do things, but your child is not subject to that in that same way. You simply sew it into their little coat, you charge it up every night, sew it into their little clothes, their little hat, their little favorite bear. I don't care what it is, right? And when it go down, because you've read the handbook, so you understand how the rules work, and when you see some bull snot, and you take the time every day to watch that video. But the best of all options is to educate your child at home or enroll them in a homeschooling program. But I understand everybody can't do that. But that 8 hours a day that you spend watching reality TV, tricking off with some dude or some chick, or doing whatever nonsense you found yourself doing, you need to invest that into your children and review the tapes that you created from them going to school. Because I'm gonna tell y'all something. Y'all say, you know, Mr. Untouchable, I appreciate the fact that you think that I might be that calm. But I don't have a history of being that calm. And I'm gonna just be real.
I was gonna say, Mr. Untouchable, this is the rational voice you were talking about. Just
no, because she, you know, she's cool, man. She is cool. She's carrying that line, you know.
Yeah, no, but it's kids. You have to.
That's our future. I'm sorry. Yeah. That's our future. That's our whole future and legacy.
You have to be constantly angry on behalf of your kids. To be honest, you have to be angry at the food that they may be eating, the water, the air they're breathing. You have to be constantly angry as a parent because you care and you want to protect these children who are the future, right? So definitely, I mean, you know, this is why you need to also have your 2-parent homes. So that when I go and I sit down for the next 9 months or something like that for assault and battery or whatever, you know, the kids is fine. They ain't gonna end up in the system and all that kind of stuff like that. But the message was given. You understand? When the talk goes down, everyone's gonna understand what happened and what not to do again in the future.
You know what it is. Urzuli, stop talking shit in the chat and come on, please.
Hey, Koku.
Yeah.
Did you see that? It was a couple of weeks ago also. They were showing like in a daycare center where this big white thug was shoving this little girl.
Oh, yeah. Slammed her head on the ground, all that shit, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, boy. That's a killing scrape where I come from. That cannot stand.
But why do these parents keep sending their kids to these white schools? That's the problem.
Because they think that it's a badge. They think it's they've made it. They think that they're giving their kids this better, special future because there was, you know, rubbing shoulders around some of these little nasty ass white kids and stuff like that. That's the problem. Miss Urzuliism called this prompt. His first response was a bunch of bitches. Okay.
He is not lying. He not lying. You know, it reminds me of that guy here in Michigan where his son, I told y'all, I shared this story with y'all last time, where his son has gotten grazed by a bullet. Somebody tried to kill your child. And you sitting there standing on news with a blank dumbass look on your face. I don't know what to do. You know, I just don't look like you about to cry. You a whole ass man. What are you talking? Okay.
Matron, I have a question for you. You need to educate. You an educated lady. All right. Now, with these Karens, right? Like professional Karens, like these teachers. Now, I'm a big black dude, right? if I'm trying to get them to understand something that I don't agree with what they doing, how do I do that without them wanting to call the police on me?
You know how we all have that white voice, right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. As an African person, when you're interacting with these institutions and things like that, there are three things that we have to do because, you know, I'm a 5'8" Black woman that's over 200 pounds. So I have presence. So when I go into the office, I'm like, hi, how are you? Yes. Okay. So, you know, we're having these problems. Can you please detail? So you put on your white voice, you maintain a seated posture. But then, you know, when they start saying whatever nonsense, because you have to know the rules that are applicable. That's why it is imperative that you read the student handbook for your child's school and or district. Okay? Because the rules for the district, for your child's individual school, for your child's individual classroom, are all superseded by any administrative laws that can help you that are written by your local or federal governments. Because every time you go into someone's environment, you're agreeing to be subjected to their rules. And we don't often see it that way, but that's what's true. That's why your job can demand that you get the jab. That's why your job can demand that you be subjected to a drug test. That's why your job can sit there and say, we don't want you to be this, that, and the other, or overweight, or else you have to pay a premium or a tax. Your job can put rules on you that the government would have no right or ability to put on you, right? Nor do they put those particular rules on you. Okay? So you have to understand those. You put on your white voice. You maintain a seated position, but you have highlighted how you perceive this environment to have violated the rules that they have established. And they will begin to do the JR thing. They will try to JR you, meaning that they'll tell
What's
you,
JR?
well,
Dallas.
JR, yeah, from Dallas. JR says, he said, who are you going to believe, me or your lying eyes? And so that's like reality testing. So they'll tell you that, well, power dynamic or uneven power dynamic or bullying, that's not what these words mean, the common language use of it, right? They'll try to go off into some esoteric pseudo world with these words. No, these are the words that are written on the page. And unless you gave and provided me with an alternative meaning in this document, these common language usages for these words is what I'm using. But you got to maintain your white voice. You got to maintain your white voice.
I have to practice that one.
And you have to remain seated. Okay.
Have to remain seated. I got it.
You have to remember, and then the last thing you have to do, the very last thing you have to do is before you walk into this meeting, right?
Yeah.
You have to have an established we out plan. Hashtag we out. That Harriet Tubman shirt that we saw a couple years ago. Hashtag we out. You have to have an established hashtag we out plan. So if that means that you got to connect with somebody in your community or somebody in your family so that your child has a seamless educational experience, and you want your child sitting there, okay? You want your child sitting there so that they will then learn to model the behavior of, this is how you deal with your enemy. You do not deal with your enemy from a position of weakness. Yes, you can wear your shield, your mask that says, bitch, I speak your language, okay? But your kid knows who you are at home. So they know that, oh, my niece, my niece would say, oh, TT got on her school voice. Oh, and she'll just start rubbing her head like, I don't know who did it or who pissed her off, but TT about to come tear it up, because you got to have on your hashtag we out. So, like I said, remain seated, put on your white voice, come equipped with all the rules and simple guides that they have, and have your we out plan. That's what you do in that situation. All right. Sorry, I didn't mean to get all loquacious.
I gotta practice my white people voice. I don't have that voice yet, but everything else I got you.
For the younger viewers who might not know what Dallas is, Dallas was a late 70s, early 80s nighttime drama where there was a big star, and they've spoofed this over the years. There's a big character who became a big star back in the day. The character was named J.R. Ewing. So what they were referencing just now, J.R. Ewing was caught by his wife juicing one gal. And I mean, freshly caught juicing a gal. His wife said, well, I caught you cheating on me. And J.R. was like, what you gonna believe? And that's what the matron, what's the line again?
Yeah, who are you gonna believe, me or your lying eyes?
Yeah, me or your lying eyes. And then he hit a little and then pushed on. Just roll out, right? Doggy wet from the other gal he was just with, and he didn't give a damn. Who you gonna believe? What you, me or your lying eyes? Because he said he ain't cheat. right? It's like the old Eddie Murphy joke, right? Afro Jam is here, y'all. Afro Jam says, what kind of parent would raise kids in these super white areas? Obviously, integrationist psychotics. Absolutely. Daily Affirmation says, I was talking with an experienced black kindergarten teacher this week in the Midwest. She said the children in her class disrespect her, treating her different than her counterparts. Well, that's why you shouldn't go. Yeah.
Go start your own kindergarten.
Yeah.
Why are you going to work for them? Why are you what are you afraid of? What if you went through their process and got a pass to work in this field or industry? That means that you can start your own accredited institution. And even if you don't have a pass to work in their institutions, you can still start, as long as you have an economy to support it, your own institutions. You don't have to put your children through this process. You just don't.
You just need that rent money. Just need the rent money to get a commercial property. Maybe 6 months in, you need to know advertising and marketing. You know who to market to. Go market to your church. All the young women in there, they always have babies or whatever. You qualified, you can make your money. Just start. You know what I mean? But that's neither here nor there.
You can go to an abortion clinic and rescue some of them women that's going to have an abortion because they don't feel like they have a way out. Put them through the welfare. This is one of the things I'm working on. Put them through the welfare system to get them some DHS basic benefits, right? And then you can use that as your seed money, and you still have 3.5 to 4 years before you have to have your full accreditation, so that the state will then pay you for these recipients. Quit playing with me.
Mr. Untouchable Urzuli said to you to stop flirting. I don't know.
Tell that Haitian Negro he needs to come on. He needs to come on and sublift in them ways, because they're making him more handsome than he is already. He already ugly. Don't forget about it.
Oh boy. KW Don 7 says, I don't even like when black people use the N-word. If Urugu uses the N-word in front of me, they will have to back it up by force. That's what I like to hear. Coach Peter's here saying, bless up, Coach Pete. Jericho Cooper Photography is here. Oh, by the way, you guys, if you didn't know, because it just happened recently, I unlocked half of the features for monetization, that being the community tab on YouTube. So you'll see now I could post almost on a wall, similar to Facebook or Twitter. And this morning, Jericho Cooper sent me some black and white photographs of a Tuskegee Airman memorial, I think, that he shot. So I put up five of the various photos that he gave me. You guys should check it out, man. It looks really good. I hope to get Kevin Carre up there soon as well.
Yeah, I'm still sifting through my archives.
Okay.
I got all stuff from back in the early 2000s of the college.
Right. Okay. So Dorico's here. Peace to him. Daily Affirmation by Pauline says the Grove side, child. Yeah, she's from the Grove.
From the Grove.
Yeah, I'm from the Grove too.
Oh, y'all from the Grove.
Yeah. That's why I could tell you about Strong's Corner, man.
Oh. Serious thing.
Yeah, man. I agree 100%. If they cut, Coach P says I agree 100%. If they cut my son hair, I'm cutting her hair too. All right. Afro Jam says, instead of just hating the word as we should. KW Don 7 said the swastika and the Confederate flag are flags and symbols for losers. Absolutely. Coach Pete says the Ridgeland Park will come out of me, and her hair cut ball like Michael Jordan. That man cutting hair, he cutting hair for real. Azuliism says hair for hair. You cut his hair, I'm cutting yours. Coach Pete said if there was home teacher, there would have been flat. Wait, hold on. If there was home teacher, it would have been flat and she would have gotten in. If they was home, the teacher's tire would have been flat and she would have gotten due in. Yeah. Coach Pete still remember the terminology, man. Yeah, you get due in for that kind of thing.
You get due right in, man.
Yeah. Azuliism says they committing suicide because the masculine energy is not in the home. even when a father is there, they kill the black male masculinity. There's some truth to that. There's a lot of tampering going on with black male energy being in the homes. And then especially these boy children, go to school, and the schools are set up to completely decimate their masculinity as well.
Mm-hmm.
Dorico Cooper says, facts. Daily Affirmation by Pauline says, there was a case in South Florida where a parent placed a recorder in her child's clothes because he started to not want to go to school. What she heard was abominable. Achieve Mindset says, hello, greetings. He says, how's everyone doing? So you guys could respond to that. We good. Azuliism says, yeah, respect. Azuliism says, F the white voice. You cut my son's hair in hair for your fur. LOL. Dorico Cooper says, cut it right down the middle and leave them with two big sides, like a George Jefferson.
Yeah, big George Jefferson.
Yeah, we'll go on.
Coco.
Yeah.
Yes. Speaking of that, now I love what those gangs in Haiti did this week by kidnapping those excuse my language, those effing missionaries.
Yeah, I mean, what you doing there anyway, right? So I don't mind. I'll put it like that.
I hope they kill him.
Zuli, you need to come on and explain to people because I need some more facts. I need some more facts.
So the matron is back with us. This was the parents. So let me copy Shoot the Breeze. If you guys are in the chat, have any more last comments for this prompt, now is the time to talk about it. Matron, do you have any last thing to say about this prompt?
It's just really sad that as a community, we don't protect our children, but as a community, we haven't decided to protect anyone. We are looking at their paper money, and we're thinking that because we can acquire their paper money or we participate in their neighborhoods or whatever, that it means something. But this goes back to that Christian thing of what does it mean to gain the whole world and lose your soul? And there's also a spiritual connotation to cutting someone's hair, because wasn't that where Samson held his strength and Delilah set him up to get his hair cut off, and he was weak and totally castrated before all of their society? Like, there's so much other stuff that goes into this debasement of our children by cutting their hair. All right, I'm done, y'all.
So yeah, Dorico says missionaries, shaking my damn head. Like, the idea that there's missionaries still in this world, and the idea that there's fellas on a corner giving out them little half Bibles and stuff is telling of the role that religion plays in keeping people colonized, either physically or mentally or both. Go ahead.
There's a guy in Jamaica. I don't know if you heard it. My mother just talked about him. Hold on. I can pull it up. His name is Dr. Kevin Smith, I think. And his congregation, this woman, she worked for the company my father used to work for, my late father, and he took her people's her family's name off the insurance policy and gave him the money. They saying this guy's making like $1 million a week. And that same woman that he had asked her to cut this cow's throat, she wouldn't do it, so he had one of his men cut her throat. That's that religion shit, man.
Yeah, that religion shit is horrible. So Shoot the Breeze, topic number 4 is up. But I see Dorico said something interesting. He said Marine Corps boot camp. That is the first thing they do to you. They cut off your hair. You know, there's a symbolism in that. You have to understand. People have to understand that too. Particularly when it comes to black folks and what our hair represents to us spiritually. That's why when that young lady India Ari had that song "I'm Not My Hair," to me, I find after she's sang that song, her career was done. You know, that didn't resonate with people.
Also, Coco, you remember recently now in New York City, I think maybe the state, now you're allowed to wear your hair the way you want to now. Yeah,
that just happened like in 2019 or something like that.
Yeah,
you know. Dorico says, interesting fact, the black barber from Full Metal Jacket cut my hair in September of 2001. That's interesting. Shoot the Breeze number 4, topic number 4 is up tonight. You guys can still comment on a previous topic. Just make sure you add the number of the prompt before you put up a new comment after we've passed it. So Shoot the Breeze topic number 4 is only in Florida, question mark. 61-year-old Florida man faces backlash after marrying his 18-year-old goddaughter.
Oh, gosh.
So I didn't have problems with the first part, but that second part, I have big problems with, because that suggests that you was doing some cultivating or something.
Definitely.
Over the years, and I hated that kind of thing from since I was in high school back home. So that bending the tree while it young talk, that's where I began to hate all of that kind of stuff. Let me share this article with you guys. I'll share my screen. 61-year-old. Now this kind of confused me. Let me see if I'm still confused here. 61-year-old Florida man faces backlash for marrying his 18-year-old goddaughter. And this is a picture. You guys should be able to see that on the screen. Right. He kind of looks like Killer Mike.
He do look like Killer Mike. He do look like Killer Mike.
I was like, God damn, Killer Mike. But then I realized
Killer Mike going back to that young girl.
A 61-year-old Florida man is under fire after news of his wedding went viral for all the wrong reasons. Michael Hoggabook is being labeled as a predator after he was accused of marrying Deja Hoggabook as soon as she turned 18. Deja is also Michael's goddaughter, and the two shared family history prior to their controversial nuptials. Word of the union surfaced online through a tweet claiming that Michael started dating Deja after he dated her mother, Davina Evans, first.
Oh my God.
You guys, this is the tweet. You guys, this girl is 18 and she just married her godfather who used to date her mom. He's 46 or 47. So this is where the confusion was for me. I thought he was 61. Maybe this person is wrong. He's 46 or 47. They have a 2-year-old daughter, and he has 3 other kids he's been dating and grooming her since she was 14. I'm sick to my stomach. Me too. While the tweet claimed that Michael was in his 40s, other online claims said a document from Michael's 2014 arrest shows he was 54 at the time, meaning he's 61 now. Old photos show Michael holding Deja when she was just a toddler, further hinting at the family dynamic they once shared. And receipts posted online, Michael's old Facebook post shows him referring to Davina as his goddaughter, with Deja's mother thanking him and saying, "Love you, babes." When Deja was 17, she admitted to dating someone but kept his identity a secret until she turned 18. After recently getting married, Deja became a trending topic online due to people saying Michael groomed her. Deja has since released a statement in response to the public scrutiny and defended her husband/godfather. She believes everyone is just jealous of the life she lives, while other girls her age chase after boys who are sleeping around. So,
my problem with this whole friggin' argument, two things. First of all, I would like to know what the mother thinks about this, because it seemed to be an absence of any parents. Mm-hmm. And then I want to know where the friggin' daddy is and what he have to say about it, because it seemed to be an absence of his opinions about it. You know what I mean? Because obviously this Negro, obviously he was on some predatorial BS. Obviously. That's obviously. And the fact that he was dating the mom first and then started to date the kid. You know what, Kwaku? There's a discussion that needs to be had in respects to incest within our community. And I know that's a very uncomfortable conversation, but that conversation needs to be had within our community, because I have found that with some of the women that I've dated, in respects to some situations that would have happened early on in their childhood, the females, they would have said that some situation may have happened with someone who they may have known whether it's a family member or a friend or whoever. You know what I mean? They cause their relationship to become perverse. Their relationship to become perverse. So I think that the conversation about incest needs really to happen within our communities. But that's just me.
I'm gonna ask the matron them to comment. Let me just finish the article real quick. So Kodak Black weighed in. Kodak Black weighed in and said, shaking my head, my daddy did the same shit. Left us to start another family with his goddaughter. I was about 9. But I ain't judging nobody though. To each his own.
Bullshit.
It could be true love. Boy. Rapper Kodak Black has even chimed in on the story saying his father did the same thing to his mom by leaving them to go pursue a relationship with his goddaughter. This story goes without saying to be careful who you choose to bring around your kids. Matron, what say you about Killer Mike here? And
Okay, so I got a lot to say, and I ain't gonna take over your platform, but I'm gonna highlight my points. First of all, he must have groomed her, right? Mama wasn't watching the situation. They made a whole ass movie about this. It's called Precious with Monique and Gabrielle Sibdy and all this other stuff, where some man preys on the child and the mother low-key allows it to happen because she doesn't have a man and she's trying to acquire resources. That may or may not be the fullness of this situation, but the fact that he's even been allowed to let this happen, and this child who really probably doesn't even know herself is defending this bull snot as a female, shows you that there's something askew with her moral compass. Second thing, I preach and I go hard against relationships that have an inordinate amount of years in variance. You should not be marrying somebody 40 years older than you. I don't care what it is that they do. He needs to be a respected elder in the community. He has an entirely different function, but because he can't get any sexual, social, moral control, he's sitting here trying to amalgamate her into himself and enter her body, which he's probably low-key been entering for years at this point. Because she 18 now. Is that her baby in the picture? That's a whole nother set of questions. And
yeah, I think it says he had a kid with her.
right. And so now we're looking at a situation where he's basically been molesting her. And that is a significant problem in our community that nobody talks about because we scared. We don't want to say nothing about that. And I really blame Maya Angelou for setting the tone for that particular phenomena in our community. Because, yes, because I know why the cage bird sings was her pseudo biography or whatever, autobiography about the fact that she had been harmed by someone close to her family, and the family went out and resolved the issue like family is supposed to do.
And she wouldn't talk or something, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And so I blame her for people not speaking up and for seeing this in an inappropriate way. Right. Because the little girl was just a child, and maybe she was just emulating her mother. You see it every day where even daughters will get too close to their actual biological fathers. They'll rub up on their dad, and it's just like there's love there, but she's copying what she sees her mom do to her dad, and they're not giving these interactions context. So nobody is training them on how to be and what to do, and it's ridiculous. Okay. And for her to sit there and be like, oh, they just jealous of me because they got to deal with these young guys. You supposed to deal with these young guys, but these people are supposed to be trained and have morals intact. And they're supposed to understand how to have relationships. Getting with a man that's 40 years your senior, let's say that he lives another 30 years and he dies when he's 90. And she's going to be, 48 years old. Then what is she going to do? You know what I mean? She's going to, hook up with with the next guy or whatever after she done used up all her youth and all of the life experiences on him. And she hasn't lived a life with him. She's had experiences with him. And we're not looking at that because the goal is to grow with your partner. The goal is not to grow into your partner. You're supposed to grow with your partner. And Mr. Untouchable is right. There's a significant community conversation we need to have about rape, incest, children being molested. But again, nobody in our community is protected.
Let's have a conversation quickly about something here. You guys who are on the panel, chime in. You guys in the chat, type your comments in a timely fashion, please. Put aside the molestation, the abuses, etc. If an 18-year-old woman decides that she met this 61-year-old man, and she decided that she likes this man, and she doesn't care about the age difference. She wants to be with this man. What say you guys to that scenario? And the man decides, yeah, I want to go with this 18-year-old woman. What say you guys to that scenario? Mr. Untouchable, you go first.
I say that a person has a right to live and make mistakes, especially an 18-year-old, because she has time. But see, the problem with that is the man could still give you a bunch of children that he ain't gonna live to see 80, to see the child turn 20 years old. When you're 18, when he's 40, the child will be 20 and he'll be gone.
But so take that out of it too. Take out the fact that he won't be alive long enough to see this child mature or whatever. Just looking at the two people, because there's to me there's a little bit of a moving of the goalposts sometimes with these topics.
Okay.
She's 18 and she chooses to be with this 61-year-old guy.
So should I take the fact that the mother had a relationship prior to this person too? Take that out too?
Yeah, because we're not talking about this particular. We're not talking about this specific situation. I'm asking a general question. Two people coming together. One's 18, one's 61.
All right. Here's where I stand with this. In that scenario, with the rules you restrict me to, I would say this. I would say there is a lot she could probably learn from the 61-year-old individual. You know what I mean? A 61-year-old individual has learned a lot about life, has learned a lot about the game, has learned a lot about different things in the society where he lives. So she'll probably be able to galvanize a whole lot of game from that experience. Okay. However, man, I just think the gap is gonna weigh on her because it's gonna be like it's a baggage, you know what I mean? She loses because a 16-year-old man won't go away, he won't travel, he won't party, he may not want fuck when she won't fuck. Oh, sorry, or have relations.
But no, you could say fuck it. But I mean, let's say again, and it's not me trying to create restrictions on you in this scenario. I'm just trying to paint a picture.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to paint a picture that's free of these other factors, right? Let's say this is a sprightly 61-year-old.
Sprightly 61-year-old. Okay.
Yeah.
So like I say, people say love is blind. Why people decide to come together is another matter. They may have a meeting of the minds where they think the same, where they have the same kind of interests. I don't want to offend that, but they should go in that relationship eyes wide open. You know what I mean? Because you don't look at the relationship in a very short term, or you look at it on a long term. What's going to eventually happen when she comes into herself, like a 30-year-old woman, and he turns 70? How is that relationship going to play out? I don't want to intervene and be the bearer of bad news, but as long as she understands, as he ages and she ages, what's gonna be the reality of that relationship? I'm cool, man. She's legal. I'm cool.
Kevin Curry, I'm going to go to you next, but let me just address this. Daily Affirmation by Pauline says the Discord has no volume. I'm sorry if I didn't make this clear before. The last few weeks I've been on this new streaming thing called StreamYard. So I'm not on the Discord. If you want to jump on and have your voice heard, you'll click the link. I'm just going to repost it again. You'll click that link. It doesn't require you to download any new software or anything like that. Just click the link. You could be on your phone, you could be on your computer, what have you, and you could hop on the panel and be heard with the rest of us. We have our Zuliism here as well now. Kevin Conway, what say you to that scenario I just put out there? Two people, no history of abuse or incest or nothing illegal. Sprightly 61-year-old, and it could be a man or woman, by the way. Sprightly 61-year-old, 18-year-old decides they want to deal with this person. What say you to that?
That's none of my business. She's 18 years old. I cannot tell. She's of age now. Well, what are you going to do? Hold her, keep her in your house? There's nothing you can do at that point. She made that decision.
Well, you could be TI and
well,
make sure the stuff ain't broken.
Yeah, with the matron and you, I'm just an observer in life at this point, man.
Right. Erzuliism, you're here. What say you to this scenario?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Sensation, sensation.
Well, you're a hater, Mr. Untouchable. The funny thing, I'm at the gym, but yeah.
Yeah, I can hear the shit in the background clanking.
Yeah, he's always at the gym.
Yeah. This is my thing. I feel that 61 and 18 might be too much of a gap because what the matron just said. 61, if you're not eating healthy, you're not taking care of yourself, and you pass away, then what happened to the girl? Like, if you got a good 20 years or 30 years, she's 48. What happens? But my thing is, what's the man thinking? Is he doing this for lust, or is he a righteous? This is my stipulation. If the man is 61 and he's righteous and he's trying to raise the woman in a proper manner or whatever, I don't have an issue with it. But I do see that gap that I didn't think about it. But what Megan said is something that I got to think about. If you're 18 and you're 61, you got a good. The way he looks right now, he don't even look like he's eating healthy. So I don't know. So a good 30 years, 30 plus, if she's 48, then what's gonna happen to her? Is she at 48? You're not proper age again to get a right person, another husband. Technically, it might be hard for you. So I'm thinking 18 might be 18 and 61. The gap might be too much. Maybe 18 and 42 or whatever. But I think that gap is too much or something like that. But and again, what people say, if she chooses and it's not on some what this guy did or whatever, then what can you do about it? So that's
she's of legal age. I want to ask you. I want to ask you a quick question. Are you actually lifting weights while a dude is holding the phone to your ear or something like that?
No. You go shut up. I'm gonna mute my mic. I can't say.
Yeah, please. All right,
Coco.
Yeah,
I have to admit something. Actually, towards the end of my high school year, I was dating someone way older than me, but we was nothing sexual. It was just we had a lot in common. It was more of a sapiosexual relationship.
Okay.
Didn't last long, but it was great while it lasted. But you move on in life, no regrets.
Okay. My matron.
Yeah, please restate the question.
Okay, well, my question was based on the prompt, but I'm removing the all the different limitations in terms of like the immoral aspect. So a 61-year-old, be it male or female, meets an 18-year-old. Right? 16-year-old is sprightly, healthy, whatever, all that good stuff. Meets an 18-year-old.
Yeah, I'm sorry to cut you off. Hello. Coco, I gotta cut you off. An 18-year-old man cannot be dating a 61-year-old woman because she can't have kids. So you can't put that in there. Let's keep it the way you had it before.
Well, what if he doesn't want to have kids? What if he doesn't want to have kids?
Right, okay.
Yeah, mute your mic. Matron.
Yeah. We can do that.
Yeah. Let me come on. That's
okay.
That man jumped back on in some roid rage. Like, what is he popping before he goes to the gym?
That's what Port-au-Prince does.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna be honest here. Okay.
Okay.
If an 18-year-old is marrying, because
It's
marriage
different.
is not right. Marriage is not dating.
Yeah.
Marriage is not hanging out. If an 18-year-old is marrying a 61-year-old, they've been groomed. So the causality and all of the qualifiers that you mentioned, something is still amiss. Something is awry there in that dynamic. So it's like it's not a good premise. Now, if you said,
Well,
you know,
wait. Hold on. Because you said that like it's a given that they were groomed. What if it's an 18-year-old off to college meets a professor who's 61? He's not grooming her. She's already 18.
but we're talking about marriage. And does the 18-year-old understand, like at 18, you think you want to get married, maybe kind of sort of to escape some trauma or some reality that you've had. It
Yeah.
happens every day. You meet a professor, you have your freshman crush on him, you try to have sex with him or her. It is that type of relationship, right? And you're 18 and you're like, oh, this is going to be forever, and this, that, and the other, and it's going to be. And at 18, that 61-year-old is addressing some trauma that you have, because that's why you're looking at them. We're not talking about a 35-year-old, or I would even be more comfortable if there were less years and they were 18. At 18 specifically, you just left your mama's house and you may not even know how to clean your behind good. And you talking about there's no trauma, there's nothing there. That's not a realistic, that doesn't happen. That doesn't happen. That doesn't happen. But if an 18-year-old,
Meaning, I would say
Avoidance.
meaning that
Go
he says no trauma,
ahead.
no trauma from the guy. Not that she doesn't have her own trauma. No trauma from the guy, that the guy was not trying to groom her. That's what.
right, but that's still him being opportunistic on this in this situation. And as a 61-year-old, you should have a little bit more morals and social responsibility to see what's happening, so that she can, either heal a little bit from her trauma before you make this huge decision, right? Or so that she can blossom into who she wants to be.
What about the
There
18-year-old, the 61-year-old guy that has money and wants to get with him because he got money?
Okay, we see that every day on those millionaire shows. I'm Dating a Millionaire, or all those other shows that show
There's nothing wrong
people
with
that
that.
go after that people that go after people just because they have money. But those people are sick. Like, can we acknowledge the fact that if you are a young person, any person that's like, I only want to date celebrities, I only want to date people at this, they are dealing with some type of untreated trauma, because they're not connecting with who they are. There's a psychological ill there. People that are wanting to date just for money. So again, I don't care in that regard. Like, it would even be different maybe if the person was 21 or 25, or had lived a little bit of life. But the fact that you're specifically 18, which is the very beginning of, I can make my own decisions, and I'm able to be a self-actualizing adult, and I don't have to ask anybody's permission to do anything but drink liquor and smoke in some states, because you can't even drink liquor and smoke in all states at the age of 18, right?
Mhm.
So you're looking at the fact that this 18-year-old can legally go get married and align themselves to someone that's 61. They are dealing with some type of trauma. And I think that it's not realistic to say that they're not dealing with some type of trauma somewhere, even if it's their own trauma. And instead of trying to take that opportunity to own her, control her, or control the narrative, or whatever it is you think you're trying to do to gain sexual access to this person, that it would be best to just be her friend. And even if you have this intimacy in the relationship, because see, marriage involves sharing of resources and an inheritance. There are different types of expectations. In some states, marital rape is not a crime. If he's got a job in law enforcement and he beat your ass because you 18 and just learning how to live life, ain't nobody gonna do nothing to save you. He already got a criminal record. There are and I'm talking about this situation, but I'm just saying with that last one was in regards to him specifically, but all that other stuff, that could be anybody. So at 61, you would think that you have enough sense and enough responsibility to yourself and the community to recognize, okay, I like you too, and we can go on this intimate, and we can have intimacy and create and cultivate this relationship. But getting married just like that, I don't think that that's a realistic situation, because something's wrong. Somebody has trauma.
Yeah. So the matron is touching on an aspect of this that is very true. If you're talking about dating 18 and 61, I don't have a problem with it, because at 18, she's legal. She could go fight in a war. She could go do whatever she wants to do as far as that goes. But when you talk about the institution of marriage and what that means and what it requires, I do agree. You shouldn't be, as a 61-year-old male or female, you shouldn't be trying to marry no 18-year-old. Daily affirmations. Well, first of all, KW Don 7 said, actually, first of all, Dorico Cooper said, rule of thumb, half plus 7 is the minimum age difference in getting married. KW Don 7 says the NOI has a half plus 7 formula. For example, a male 40 years old can be with a female 27 years old. All right, in terms of marriage. Daily affirmations by Pauline says, I believe an 18-year-old will be basically brainwashed by him. And when she wakes up, wants to party, hang out, etc., in her 30s, they will have nothing but trouble. And that allows me to bring in and introduce for the first time Daily Affirmations by Pauline. Daily Affirmations by Pauline, how are you?
Good evening, everyone. I am great. I wanted to test out this new streaming software. I'm not comfortable actually speaking on live, but I'll try my hand at it tonight.
Okay.
Got a great voice.
Thank you.
Kevin Curry out here flirting and all kind of shit. Go ahead. What do you think about this prompt?
I think, number one, revolutionary matron touched on points all across the board. I think she was groomed. And from what I'm gathering from the statement from her mom, there's some jealousy somehow between the mom and the daughter, which happens often. And I just believe that the age gap is too old. Right now, she's playing house. She, had the wedding and the wedding dress, and she feels so special. But marriage is tough. And like I said, when she's in her 30s, he better watch out, because she's not going to want to sit around and, she's not going to want to be under his thumb all of her life.
So if it was just dating, are you okay with that?
No.
Okay.
No. If he was 22 or 20 but 61, no way. I totally don't agree.
All right. Well, I got to give that message to some of your family members just in case, right? So thanks for being here. Did someone drop out? I guess that was a Zuliism. Dorico says, generally speaking, women in their 30s today are still in the headspace of a high school student. Ouch, but there's some truth to that. He says, all the ones that click don't count. Just saying. And he went on to say, at 19, I dated a 38-year-old. She was from Zambia, and she taught me how to surf when I was stationed in Hawaii. All right. Lifestyles of Dorico Cooper. Okay. Achieve Mindset says no. Achieve Mindset says some dusty dudes stay in your age range. And Chaka says, and Chaka 97 is here. Achieve Mindset is here. And Chaka says, obviously groom the fuck out of her. Yeah, and this story that we were talking about, the original prompt, definitely, if it's your goddaughter and all that shit, and pictures of you holding her as a baby, you groomed that chick. Like, come on. And for that, as far as I'm concerned, you could be stomped up. Can we all agree on that? That it's okay. You could stamp him up.
Yeah, man.
Facts.
Okay.
And he need his ass whooped.
Right. Now, again, if she was some stranger to him and she was 18, solid, and they met and they were dating or something, I personally wouldn't have a problem because he didn't know her before. If, as a matter of fact, that kid, Marquez Houston, there was some claim that he married, I think he married some 19-year-old, and they claimed that he knew her for years before that, and he basically hung around and groomed her. That kind of stuff I have a big problem with. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because there's intention there. There's deliberate intentions there, you know. I want to share this thing that KWAZ sent me.
It's an old one from years ago. It's from Florida also.
Yeah, well, Florida's be on some bullshit, boy.
Yeah, that's the Wild West.
Hold on. Yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like, he did. This is one of those instances where we got to realize everything that these other people groups do, that ain't for us. We are not those people. Because Woody Allen married his adopted daughter after he divorced his wife after that they raised. So they adopted a kid, right, or something like that. And he divorced his wife when the kid got grown, and then he married her. I think that's sick.
Mchako says, we know what you mean by surf. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Ua Bantum says, disgusting. Dorico Cooper says, marriage is tough. We all look good in them wedding photos, then real life happens. Mchako says, go home, Roger. That was Marquez Houston character on Sister Sister. That's what they used to tell him all the time, go home. Ua Bantu said, this is why I don't blame the Boule for moving on, self-preservation. That's an interesting statement. You should be looking at this story that KWAZ just sent me behind the scenes here. It's an older story, like he said. He says, dad let out of prison, impregnates teen daughter, and posts baby shower photos online. I almost don't want to show the picture. Every child on this planet deserves at least one loving parent to raise them, yet while every child deserves this, unfortunately, not everyone gets it. One Florida girl knows this all too well, as all she'd ever wanted was her father to be present in her life. He'd spend her whole life in and out of prison, and when she finally thought he would be home for good, she got a lot more than she bargained for. You know what? I'm not even going to continue that story.
Yeah, it's disgusting.
But that's fucked up. So, yeah, we got to address this sexual molestation and abuse that we have in the Black community, that we tend to be hush-hush about because it saves face or some bullshit like that. We got to get off of that stupid shit.
That's some plantation shit right there, because that's what they did to us. Okay, people aren't, that doesn't, we don't want to deal with that. I'm sorry, I'm stuttering. I apologize, y'all, because my brain is broken. But we don't want to deal with the fact that this is some plantation type behavior that they did to us, and we're not addressing the trauma. You know what I mean?
And when we don't address trauma, essentially we pass it on, and that's the problem that we have in Black society. Not only do we have each generation starting from scratch, but in terms of wealth and wealth creation, but we pass on the trauma and the drama as well. So not only do they start off at zero, in fact they start off at negative, right? Because they got all this other baggage that they're carrying with them as well. I'm posting the next prompt. Dorico Cooper said that's some West Virginia shit. You know, talking about that last six story from the father who was in and out of jail and then came and impregnated his own daughter. I mean, for fuck's sake. The next prompt, which means that we're about halfway through the prompts. Prompt number 5 says, thoughts on Miami Beach 2 a.m. alcohol ban. Many from the diaspora flock to this area on national holidays. So you guys think about your thoughts on that. What I'm going to do is do a little station ID. We've been talking for almost 2 hours with no break. So I'm going to do a station ID break. We'll be back on the other side to discuss this prompt and the others to come.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the pro-black perspective, where black problems are addressed with black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the revolutionary matron on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
Yes, indeed, and we're back. So prompt number 2 was also accompanied by two articles. One is a recent opinion, I guess, a past opinion. Let's do the past first, I guess. And I'll share this with you guys as well. So Uncle Luke had something to say in the past. Let me share the screen. Uncle Luke. What did Uncle Luke have to say here? Uncle Luke. Another spring break in Miami has gone to hell. This is Uncle Luke. He said, Uncle Luke, the man whose booty-shaking madness once made the U.S. Supreme Court stand up for free speech, gets as nasty as he wants to be for Miami New Times. This week, Luke blasts Miami Beach leaders for their treatment of black spring breakers. Another spring break in Miami Beach has gone to hell, and no one should be surprised. City leaders, starting with Mayor Dan Gelber, refuse to treat black tourists with the same respect they give to the predominantly white, affluent visitors who come for Art Basel, the South Beach Wine and Food Festival, and other fancy events. Instead, the predominantly young African-American spring break masses are allowed to roam the streets with nowhere to go so that cops can round them up and put them in jail for having too much fun. Earlier this week, Gelber told TV news reporters, if you're coming here to disrupt, then it's not worth the money to us. It's not worth the revenue. You cannot pay our community to endure the kind of inappropriate and improper conduct that we've been seeing. For sure, anyone coming to Miami Beach engaging in violence should go to jail. But aside from a few incidents of brawls in the streets and a shooting that left a young man dead, the spring break crowds have been peaceful. Yes, there's been a lot of twerking on top of cars, but that's what young people do. Miami Beach created the current environment that has led to large, maskless crowds congregating in the streets and sidewalks of Ocean Drive, Collins Avenue, and Washington Avenue on a daily basis. The city's elected officials didn't do anything to prepare for the onslaught except to warn spring breakers that they will get locked up for turning up. Last year, after the NAACP and social justice activists condemned then city manager Jimmy Morales and the Miami Beach Police Department for the heavy-handed tactics against black tourists, I had a Zoom call with Gelber and other city officials. I gave them a blueprint for dealing with future crowds over spring break and Memorial Day weekend, another unofficial event that draws young African Americans to the city. I suggested that they plan city-sanctioned and sponsored events on the beach where they could control the crowds and give people something to enjoy. It could have been set up with proper social distancing protocols and mass distribution to minimize the spread of COVID-19. The city certainly had no problem with hosting the South Beach Wine and Food Festival, which is requiring all participants to provide proof of a recent coronavirus test or a vaccination when it takes place in May. And you don't see Gelber giving interviews about the large crowds that festival is going to bring to Miami Beach. Instead, Miami Beach continues to turn the city into a virtual police state whenever black tourists come to town. When police officers have to don their protective vests and other riot-style equipment, they are going to get jacked up and agitated. Last Friday, we saw a swarm of cops body slam a young black man and then use pepper balls to disperse a crowd. Miami Beach Police Chief Rick Clemens told news outlets the young man refused a lawful order to leave after he had been throwing money into the air, causing people to gather around him. Last time I checked, making it rain wasn't a crime. In fact, Miami Beach is part of the U.S. and has to abide by the Constitution, which allows anyone to go wherever they want to on vacation. This strategy of beating the crap out of black tourists and putting them in jail is not going to stop them from coming. It should. But city leaders believe if they create an unwelcome environment, they will get rid of black crowds. They want blacks to boycott Miami Beach, but we really should do the opposite for Memorial Day weekend. Black tourists need to flood Miami Beach. They need to come out in droves and show Gelber that he can't keep them out. And when Miami Beach seeks additional in-kind and police services for spring break and Memorial Day from Miami-Dade, the 4 black county commissioners need to vote against it. If they don't, Oliver Gilbert, Gene Monesteem, Keon McGee, and Keon Hardeman are condoning unfair harassment and police brutality against black tourists. So that was the old opinion that Uncle Luke had about this phenomenon. Let's read a more recent article, and then I'll get you guys' opinions. You guys who are listening in the chat, make sure you could start posting your opinions now. I'll scroll through and get all of them in a second. So let's share this next article. It starts off talking about Gelber once again. While I'm pulling this up, I just want to thank all you guys who are here on the panel, those of you who are in the chat, and those of you who are listening to the playback. I want to thank you guys for tuning in to another Saturday Night Shoot the Breeze. This is our 20th one, actually, so it's pretty neat that we've made it this far. So here's the article. Gelber clarifies controversial comments in virtual meeting to reform South Beach as protesters decry 2 a.m. alcohol ban.
Also on 7, a mayor out to set the record straight about his plans for the entertainment district on South Beach.
But those opposed in this battle also sounding off in a big way. Simmons Raphael Pierce has more.
We all love our city. We love the Art Deco district, and we just want to keep it safe. This is not the solution.
Disagreement on the future of South Beach. Dozens of protesters showing up to a news conference held by Miami Beach's mayor and other city leaders talking about making major changes to the entertainment district, including changing last call from 5 a.m. to 2 a.m.
This is for a handful of operators who want a big drink all night long business model that is not good for our city.
And I'm so happy they came out, because what they're showing us is what the residents of Miami Beach don't want. They don't want this anymore.
So while all of these protesters back here behind us disagree with the changes the mayor and other city officials want to make, they do agree that some things need to change.
We know that we need more policing in Miami Beach. The right solution is to put police every corner.
While protesters agree crime in the area has gotten out of hand recently, they say changing closing time to 2 a.m. is not the answer.
The VIP bottles and service and any restaurants or bars, they start around 1:10 in the morning. So it's a lot of money that, you're gonna lose.
But some residents feel it's a small price to pay.
This small group of people represent a minimal amount of employment versus all the people that work in the hotels, all the people that work in restaurants. And if this doesn't change, those people are going to be, or they have been affected by this.
Many here also taking issue with comments made during a virtual meeting recently where the future of Ocean Drive was discussed.
I commit to you this: if you want something on the ballot, because it needs to be on the ballot, I'll put it on the ballot. There's 6 commissioners. 2 of them are going to be new coming on. We need to utilize whatever influence we have to push those 6 commissioners to follow the vision and the agenda of the mayor and the manager to make the city safer.
The mayor says they were discussing the first part of his 12-point plan, specifically number 3. He points to what it says after each item, quote, ballot item if necessary.
They want to review the Ocean Drive, the new buildings, for the mayor and all his friends. That's what they want. Rich people make this like Sunny Island.
Our city cannot be held captive to a business model and profits of other people.
So as you just saw, still a lot of disagreement on what South Beach could look like in the future. Voters will get a say on November 2nd. Reporting in Miami Beach, I'm Rafael Puris, 7 News.
Yeah, Ricky Ricardo better be careful talking shit out there. What are you guys' thoughts on this prompt?
What happened to the house party? Why do we have to go out to the bars to get drunk? I'm just saying, it's like it's like really low key safer to have a house party. What happened to the house party? That's what I have to say about that.
Yeah, at 2 a.m. I'd rather be lifting weights, man. The hell with the alcohol.
Mr. Untouchable?
Now it's my time. So I take a different kind of look to this, because for me, as a Caribbean person, I would say that black people who go to South Florida, get your passports and come to the Caribbean and enjoy your time. And bring up all your exposable income, that you could. Just bring it to the DR and the Bahamas and Jamaica and spend it with us. We'll be happy to take your money.
Yep.
And y'all can enjoy all the time or whatever. If South Florida wants to ban the fact that these people who are coming there are paying hundreds of millions of dollars into that South Florida economy, come to the Caribbean. We'll accept you. Come on right over.
Yeah, I agree with that. And the other thing is that we need to learn the lesson of our money doesn't mean anything to them, and we need to stop begging to pay them money, and we need to stop begging to be a part of their economy and start building our own shit. Go support our own. I agree with Mr. Untouchable with that.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
we can take the money. We can take the money.
Big old house party in the Caribbean.
We ain't gonna beat you all up because you're all black and nothing like that.
No,
we ain't gonna blind you all at 2:00. Come on over. Come bring your money.
Yeah, we will join.
Come on, come on.
Yeah. I mean, like you said, the Bahamas, Jamaica, Haiti, the DR, you name it. You go over there and spend your money.
Yes, sir. We need the money. Yes, come party.
Yeah, them white boys in Miami Beach say they don't need the money. So okay,
they don't need the money. Nah, man, come party, man. Bring Luke and all these people. Come.
Yeah.
We should host a party in the Caribbean.
During that same weekend, if we were smart in the Caribbean, in the Caribbean, especially like the northern part of the Caribbean, we would target those those same holidays that they talking about there.
Yes, sir.
Target that heavy.
Oh yes.
Target that heavy.
And here's another thing they should do in the Caribbean: legalize marijuana.
I do a cost benefit analysis. They gonna tear up some shit, but the money that they gonna bring in,
man,
it'll way outweigh it.
Yeah.
Come on, come.
Yeah.
Right. So, Mr. Untouchable, who's think tank you, and how I get in touch with you to be in the think tank with you, so we can go ahead and do it? Because this the type of stuff that be happening, low key on the internet. People be like, oh, and they'll let that pass. I'm not gonna let that moment pass. So
for me,
check your back check.
For me, I'm a member of Afrocentricity International. But for me, tourism, for me personally, if you want me to be honest with you, is like a big plantation.
Oh yeah, it's got all the horticulture. Yeah.
But I look at it as a business person from a business perspective. I see the money aspect of it, and I see what it can do to help facilitate a whole lot of different families in these places. So if y'all guys have anything that y'all want to have or host or bring, I could be that intermediate person, provide rooms and service, whatever y'all need. I'm in the legal industry, but regardless of that,
well, just don't do no work with Ja Rule now. We ain't want to hear about no fire.
Nah. Real business. I see the money element of it. So, if my government wants to facilitate it, or other countries in the Caribbean, bring your all money, man. Tell South Florida go F themselves. Go F yourselves.
It's kind of like what's going on, in Minnesota and Duluth. Why do you want to keep integrating into these people's spaces? He said, go to the Caribbean.
Yep. Dorica Cooper says house party in the Caribbean. He says, I've been to almost 40 countries and never been to the Caribbean. That's crazy.
You gotta
Let's
come.
get it.
Gotta come.
Yeah, man.
Yes, let's get it. Yes.
Daily Affirmations by Pauline is in the chat. She says, I believe that the workers make more money with longer hours. The workers don't care what color the patrons are. That's a fact home too.
That's a fact.
You know? At the end of the day, it's about that money, man. Yeah, man.
Absolutely.
Dollars. Yeah. So so I think we did a good job with that prompt. Is any last thoughts on that prompt, guys? No. Okay, that's fine. Let's go to prompt number 6. This should have a little lively discussion to it, I think. It's been all in the news. I think I talked about it with Kevin Carre earlier today, as a matter of fact. So Shoot the Breeze topic number 6 is thoughts on the outrage over Dave Chappelle's show, The Closer. How many of you on the panel actually saw the special?
I didn't see it yet.
I watched some of it.
I watched some of it.
Okay.
Yeah, because he was here in Detroit. Yeah, I watched some of it.
Okay.
Oh, he was
the
in
Matron
Deep.
sounds
Yeah,
kind
he
of
was-
perturbed. Yeah. So you guys in the chat, this is where, take the time while we're talking about it here. Post your comments and I'll read them live on the air as usual. I saw the special. And you got to give Dave Chappelle his credit. He has genius to him. To me, the special was humorous, not funny. And it's because he was tackling the criticisms that he got from the LGBTQ community after the last special. So it was one of those kind of, you spend your time talking about it, you double down on some stuff, and then you hit us with spoilers, by the way. You hit us with, I had a good friend who was trans and blah, blah, blah. So that, that's kind of how that went. The boycotting, to be honest, they proved Dave's point in the special that these are a group of people that punch down on everyone else and then act like, the old saying, throw a stone and hide your hand, right? You can't say nothing about them, but they could say all kinds of shit about y'all, and they cry about this, that, and the other. Meanwhile, they get all these advantages immediately in courts of public opinion and in many cases now, just in general. Right, so they kind of proved this point. What did you guys think about all of this hoopla over Dave Chappelle's special, The Closer? Mr. Untouchable, we start with you.
One of the most relevant things for me, and listening, I didn't listen to all of it, but he said that stood out to me is he said that can a LGBT person be racist? And the crowd said yes. And I think that was a very relevant question because people believe because you sit in the seat of a so-called minority that you can't have these very white supremacist attitudes and opinions about other black people, about black people in general. And I think that was a very relevant question to ask. Another thing that he spoke on was the fact that what did he say? He said that it's interesting that this community, this LGBT community, which was started in a very recent period, had the ability to garner the attention of America. In effect, where it was able to legislate and create so many moves inside America, as opposed to the large amount of Black Americans who probably would want to do the same kinds of things and are not able to the extent that the LGBT community has. I think that was a very relevant point that he was just really throwing bows, man. And I think that you have control opposition, you'll see Negroes come out and say, LGBT Negroes come out and say, oh, we don't believe in what Dave Chappelle was saying. And it's just control opposition. But I respect Dave Chappelle, what he was attempting to do, and I it's unfortunate that the black community at large really don't come out and have a voice in. Well, they back Dave Chappelle. You can't cancel him. He already making 60 million on all of the Netflix episodes that he was in. So it's like, what are you gonna do? But I'm glad that he made an attempt to bring up about specific points in relation to the LGBT community and how they are taken as opposed to the black community and how they are really ignored. So that's my opinion.
He made a point to compare and contrast something within the same individual. He used the baby, who's a rapper who killed somebody in self-defense. He didn't mention that he killed a person in self-defense, and some people have kind of nitpicked about that point. But the baby raps about killing people, calling people nigga. He actually literally killed a dude, again in self-defense. But he only got canceled when he said something about dudes sucking dick in the parking lot. And that's a very telling thing. You could commit violence and be derogatory against black women in your music and this, that, and the other. But you say something about the LGBT, could be a problem. Dorica Cooper says, I saw some of it and it's true. The way the world is now, you can kill your own, no problem. Offended the LGBTQ community, you're going to go through some changes. Absolutely. Matron, you say you saw some of it. What's your take on this prompt?
To find out who runs your society, you need to identify who you cannot criticize in your society.
Mm-hmm.
So there are two groups that I want you to. They right there at the front of your mind.
Yep.
Right. Okay.
Yes,
look at what they. Okay. Now my next thing, right, is look at what they're doing to our relationship dynamics, as we spoke about earlier, in regards to this abject neglect and benign neglect to violence against certain people groups. Women and children being violated have been mentioned in this broadcast. And how when you destroy those other two things, these other two groups wind up being the dominant power structure, and that's who you cannot criticize, and they are on a mission. So I just want us to think about that. Now, in regards to his content, I feel like you, Koku, it was humorous. It wasn't super funny. He was never a slapstick. He was always a thinking comedian.
Right.
Back in the day when he tried to be slapstick and he had the squeaky voice and he was young, it was just like, okay, he was always a thinking comedian. Cat Williams, Eddie Murphy, Richard Pryor, they were slapstick, funny as hell, and they made you think. Like Dave Chappelle don't have that for me. For me.
Yeah, he's funny now, but he just wasn't funny in this last one. He was humorous.
Yeah, he was humorous. And so but he brought up some points. And the other thing is this. We exist in these social media spaces, right? And we give power as people to the social media spaces. We make virtual worlds. It's a whole, you can go somewhere and you can live your whole dang on life in a virtual space, whether it's YouTube, Second Life, Facebook. You can live your entire life moment by moment in a virtual space, vicariously experiencing someone else's reality, instead of checking out and recognizing that this doesn't mean anything unless you got tangible, three-dimensional, on this terrestrial plane results based on what you do in this virtual space. So that's it.
Thanks for that. Daily affirmation by Pauline in the chat says, Buju Banton learned this the hard way. If you guys don't know, Buju Banton is like a legendary Jamaican musical artist.
Boom, bye bye.
Yep. And he had a song back, this is when I was in high school, so I'm aging myself, of course. He had a song back in the day called Boom Bye Bye, which was a big time hit. Matron, you were in the States. You probably heard that song, right?
For sure.
Big time hit because here's the funny thing. I was talking to a lesbian woman a couple years ago, and she said, "Yeah, I used to sing that song until I was told what it meant. Like a lot of people didn't know what the shit was about, right? But the beat and everything and the flow was so tight. These LGBTQ people were singing the shit themselves."
Hey, Goku.
That was when they learned the power of music, and they was like, "Oh, hell no!"
Yeah, go ahead,
think
Mr.
that's how
Untouchable.
a lot of Jamaican artists and soca artists get away with a lot of madness on a commercial level because people don't understand what the hell they say.
Yeah, but even our own artists like Ancient Man and stuff like that. That song Ancient Man had. Give me my red
No,
shirt.
he couldn't. No, he couldn't be commercial. He couldn't be a commercial artist. It wouldn't work.
Yeah. I mean, there's been songs like Calypso. Caribbean music is all about the what's the word I want to find? It's all about the hints, right? They don't. It's not explicit.
Innuendo.
The innuendo, right? The innuendo. It's all about innuendo. You know, like there's a Trinidadian artist named Crazy, right? He had this song back in the day called so in the song he working as a like in a superstore, in a grocery store as a cashier, right? So the hook of the song is I cash it, right? I cash it. So he talking about how they bring in Malta, I cash it. They bring me X-Lax, I cash it.
Yeah,
right?
I cash it. Yeah. It's
So
heavy
it's like,
innuendo. So.
Yeah. So that's how we do music back home. It's not this explicit type shit.
Yeah, it ain't explicit at all.
Yeah, so Buju was skating and
probably the homosexuals, probably let me say the LGBT people in Jamaica probably would have told their friends in the United States what he actually saying. I'm like, oh my God. You know,
practicing that white voice, I see.
Yeah. Oh no. Listen. I try my best. Matron, I try my best. Man. I try my best. But you know, I have to, like I say, I have to use people who are very articulate, who understand the system, because I can mess up. I can completely mess up and lose it. So I need articulate people like yourself who understand the system to translate. Let me use the word translate.
So Azuliism says, but the song was not about the alphabet per se. It was specifically about a man who raped a boy. Hey, Azuli, that song in the hook, the man talk about two man hug up and a kiss up and a lay up and he ain't talking about nothing abusive. Straight off.
And then speaking of this man boy love, we're not gonna go off into the Mabla Association, but one of the Trump supporters, right? What was it? I forgot his name, but he came out as having had this experience when he was an underage male with an adult male in his community, in that LGBTQ community. And the Republican Party canceled him because he was talking about being between 13 and 16 years old and having these encounters with this male that was in that community, being shown the ropes and being introduced into the lifestyle and things like that. And they're so twisted, they don't even understand. And he said he didn't understand when he said it, that there was anything wrong with it. But now, which is suspect, because he has a teenager, he would be horrified to know that his teenager was having a relationship with somebody 30 or 40, some older, well-established adult person. So they don't even understand those types of boundaries when it comes to that. It like you said, it wasn't about violence. It was that even if there was an age disparity in the relationship dynamic, it was about them having this experience together in intimacy.
Yeah. And so to finish the Buju thing, when Buju got caught in some drug conspiracy thing, some drug transportation conspiracy thing, he was out here talking big talk, and that came back to bite him in the ass because someone was wearing a wire on him and stuff like that. So when they caught him up in that, one of the first things they brought up was boom bye bye, and the LGBT community was on his ass at that time. You know, so if you had a judge or something who was a part of that community, well, bye bye to Buju. You know, and then he spent about 7 years in jail. So
Yeah, he was finished, man.
yeah, he was finished. Dorico says Jamaicans got the consciousness of quote unquote seasoning slaves and quote unquote buck breaking, so they ain't going for that bullshit. Absolutely. Dorico also says, on a side note, what is China doing down there? Is Jamaica about to be a Chinese colony? Well, it's not just Jamaica, man. Even the hometown, even the Bahamas has a Chinese presence that's building, you know. Yeah, the Chinese are building soft power around the world now, man, especially with where black folks are. And black folks are going to fall for it because black folks feel like black folks feel like they need help. Black folks worldwide feel like they need someone to come and help them. And and that's our problem, by the way. That's not other people's problem. That's our problem, that we have this thinking that we can't do nothing unless someone comes and helps us. And the Chinese have shown a willingness to go in certain places, like on the continent, and help them with roads and bridges and airports and hospitals and helping them with their fishing industry. But, you know, there's a time where that time's up. And what you're going to owe them on the other side of that time is the thing. And what they've been doing a lot is taking up a lot of land. Like, I don't know if Mr. Untouchable knows, but down in the southern part of the Bahamas, in one of those islands, I want to say it's Mayaguana or one of them.
Selling it.
Huh?
They selling it.
Yeah, there's a bunch of land there.
Yeah.
And the Chinese was taking up that land to farm too. They was taking it up to actually farm.
That's crazy.
Yeah. It's crazy what's going on down there in our hometown too. So yeah, we have a Chinese problem. It ain't reached its head yet, but it's coming. And I hope the people wake up before it gets too late. And Chaka says, just making his point by crying so much. Yeah, the crying that the LGBTQ community does make Dave's point. Mr. Untouchable, I think you were about to say something.
No, that was me.
No, Kevin Curry. Go ahead.
Yeah, my father was telling me before, he moved on a couple of months ago, that there's a place called the North Coast, and the Chinese were trying to get that in Jamaica, but the people made a fuss about it, so they had to retreat.
Yeah, you have to push back against that stuff, man.
Did you see that? Speaking of Chinese, did you see that video of that Chinese man? Remember we had a conversation months ago about that after that bill passed, how bold they're gonna get?
Oh yeah, of course.
Where that Chinese guy went to his daughter's dorm and he was screaming in that black boy's face.
I feel like I saw that. Tell the story.
I just saw it briefly, where he's telling him to speak English and go back to his own country, when this Chinese man is speaking in broken English.
Yeah. They can be very problematic. And what the Caribbean has done, I noticed of my own hometown, when they were building these hotels and stuff like that, they give these Chinese work visas and stuff to come into like 7,000 Chinese. What do you need to do where you need 7,000 goddamn Chinese people, right? And these Chinese have a way, they come in and they sleep with your women and have children and anchor themselves to your countries. The European does it too. But we have to be diligent, man. We have to watch out for these deals that those governments down there are making. Watch out for the leadership who's getting paid under the table. Watch out for the land that they're selling. They don't make new land, So when they sell that, you know what I mean? So when they sell that could be gone. You know what I mean?
Coco.
Yeah.
I take the situation in two terms, because I feel you, brother. I feel you. I don't like I wouldn't like doing business exclusively with the Chinese. If it was my choice, I would love to do business with the African continent. But they have not approached they have not approached the Caribbean in terms of business.
I know.
Okay, so if I have on the table, if I have two business people approach me with different kinds of offers, right? And one group of people say we're gonna do some things for you, right? And another group of people say we're gonna do some things to you, plus we're gonna do these extra things too, right? Me as a business person, I gonna look at the two offers, and I could choose the offer that's for me that look is best in my interest. Now, people look at that and say, "Well, oh, the Chinese taking over your economy." Or if the Americans or the British could do the same thing, they would too. And we in the Caribbean, who are devoid of a lot of specific things we need to do to create infrastructure and build things in our economy or whatever, we are economically and technologically weak. So we gonna say, well, this person gonna grant us these things, man. Listen, man, let's make a deal with them.
Yeah.
Because the United States ain't doing it. So we gonna try to get off the table where we could. Now, if the United States or Africa African countries were to present to us a deal that would cause us to look at the deal and say, well, for us to be, it would be beneficial for us, we would grab it off the table. But it hasn't happened yet. So now the outside world looking at us and say, well, this China taking over your country. Well, what have you offered? You know what I mean? I understand.
No, I get it. I
We
get
could
it.
do things for ourselves. Yes, we could. But if someone come in and say, "Man, listen, we get the buying, we get the technology, we get this and that," we could do it. You know what I mean? And you know what? The hypocrisy in it, for me, I feel like the West does it too. The West is in debt to China more so than any other country or any other country in the world. They're in debt to China into trillions of dollars. But they get mad when China does business with the Caribbean. Come on, man. Come on.
Yeah, because for them they have a superpower problem. For us though, what I will say is this, and I see some people in chat of kind of saying
Yeah, we
similar.
wake them right up.
Yeah, is we got to learn to do for self. I talked about this on the show a couple of years back, where again I'm gonna use the hometown as the example. They found oil in the hometown a couple of years back, and the deal that they struck with, I think, an American company or maybe a British one, but the deal that they struck, they got 12% of the proceeds. I mean, they got 12 cents for every dollar.
12. Wow.
That's a bad deal.
Terrible.
That's a bad deal. You were better off.
Terrible.
You were better off. You were better off raising up a generation, picking up talented children, grooming them through education, sending them off to wherever they need to go to learn how to pull the oil out of the ground and do whatever it takes to package it and sell it. They would have been better off doing something like that, which was what Trinidad used to do, and I think still does, right? You'd have been better off doing that than cutting that deal. You'd have been better off waiting 20 years to get the right people to come and take over that industry than to give up 88%, if my math is correct. Yeah, 88%, right? Of 88 cents of every dollar, right? Black folks got to learn to put off the instant gratification, put in the work, and in the next generation or so, you will have the ownership of that shit. You know what I mean?
But I would say that in that situation, then people who are in the industry who could bring the rigs that would take the mine that oil out of the ocean, because it ain't chopped liver now. You have to pay for that shit. So now I'm expecting to see Nigeria, who is an oil producing country, black oil producing country, to approach the Bahamas and say, look, they offering you 12%, we're gonna offer you 40%. You know, you all are strong, we are weak.
I don't have a problem with that because it's Nigeria, you said, you know. So I don't have a problem with that. I don't have a problem with that at all because you said it's Nigeria now. You see, that's what I'm talking about. If you're gonna work with
country, come work with us. Let's do business.
That's fine. But to go work with this British or this Eurasian, right, and get 12 cents on the dollar, you asking to be stepped on. You know, and we got to get on that.
Who else doing it? Who else? If China was to do it at a different rate, interest, like let's say 20%, we will go with China, and then the world will look at us and say, "Oh, we owned by China." We doing business just like every other country in the friggin' world, and we trying to do things which is within our benefit. That's just natural.
Need to do better business. We have to do better business.
I agree.
You know,
I agree.
That's all I'm gonna say. Delia, let me see. Let me go back up, boy. A lot of people commented. Dorico says, "Yeah, I saw that bullshit. Shaking my damn head. Go back to your damn country." You're talking about the Chinese and those 7,000 work permits. Erzuliism says they could not get 7,000 Bahamians. Yes, they could. They could. What's up? Dorico says, what's up on citizenship? I want a passport from an African country on full citizenship. There's an Uwa Abantu number 2 who was here earlier. I don't know if he's still here. He might have more information. He probably would have more information than me, but there's programs where you could get citizenship in African countries. People just don't talk about it. Yes. Coach Pete says black people are the wealthiest, but we lack self-knowledge. I agree. Zulium says all that BS, you need another country is BS. Get the fuck out of here. Thomas Sankara, I guess he means, did it on his own with his own people. Yeah, I have to agree with that. Daily Affirmation by Pauline says I was on a cable call and the customer service person was in Jamaica, yet the Bahamas can't get a contract with these big companies, so it's government who is not looking at their options. The Zuliism says Thomas Sankara did it without any help from foreign. KW Dawn 7 says Barbados just told the Queen to kick rocks and the West is blaming China. Zuliism says pulling the oil is destroying the earth. I mean, that's a different conversation. I agree with that too. I agree with that too, but it's a different conversation. Zuliism says, with what gun did they tell the Queen of England to kick rocks? Dorico Cooper Photography says they important Jamaicans to Mackinac Island, and I guess they imported Jamaicans to Mackinac Island in Michigan, like they import Somalis to Minnesota. Is that true? Matron,
Yes.
do you run into a lot of Jamaicans out there?
Mackinac, first of all, I live, if you look at your hand, okay, because Michigan is shaped like a mitten. So if you look at your right hand, right, I live about halfway between, I live on the rise part of your thumb. I mean, of your hand, where the mound is underneath your thumb. So that's the Metro Detroit area. Mackinac Island, okay, if you go up from your index finger and off a little bit to the right is literally an island off Michigan in that area. But he's not lying. But when he says that they're importing Somalis to that area, we get the reports all the time. They don't talk about it in the national news. And actually, just like Dearborn, which is that area that's close to the mound of your thumb in Metro Detroit, Dearborn is in that area where the second largest contingent of people from the Middle East live in Dearborn. They're doing that in Mackinac, and they weaponize all immigrants against the African population here in the States because they're like, oh, I just finally got a chance, and they weaponize them. And it's not until we have common ground where we're either going into their communities, or we have welcome centers and community centers, or we do something that integrates those two societies, or we meet on college campuses, that we actually have a chance to interact with each other. Because even the structure of the quote unquote Black church or the larger church community in and of itself does not facilitate that process.
KW Dawn 7 says they have elected, you're talking about Barbados still, a president and removing the Queen as head of state. That's something I just don't get, that whole Commonwealth thing. and the queen is the head of state. Like, for what? You know, get her, send her packing too. Dorico says we need to do like some of these other countries, pool our money, buy 1% of stocks in all their companies as a baseline. Yeah, that goes back to the conversation we had earlier. You got to compete, man. Get out there and compete. Kevin Carr, is there anything else you want to add to this prompt?
Well, actually, not to that prompt, but I got a question for Dorico Cooper, and we spoke about it earlier. Hey, Dorico, in the comment, do you think that Bitcoin will go over $100,000 by the end of this year?
All right, so we'll Mr. Untouchable, you think yes?
No, of course.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you, and also, Mr. Untouchable, do you think that Dogecoin, you know, some people call it now a shitcoin, but do you think that will go anywhere above 25 cents?
Don't put no money in Dogecoin. None. It's a useless. it has no store of value. It's don't bother with it. Just leave it alone. Just if the intention is to invest in cryptocurrency, and if you don't have enough money to buy the whole coin itself, buy a part of it or a piece of it, or buy a Satoshi and look up what a Satoshi means, and you'll be all right.
Yeah, because over here in New York State, you know, the other day, I think 2 weeks ago, Shiba Inu went on a run. We couldn't buy it.
What's the name of it? What's the name of the coin?
Shiba Inu.
I don't know that one.
Yeah, it's an offset of Dogecoin.
It's a bullshit coin. Don't mess with it. It's a bullshit coin. You're gonna lose money. It's what happening is when you see things like that go up, it's what you call a pump and dump. But that's a whole another different kind of conversation. Let's stick on the conversation we have.
Yeah.
So you, Mr. Untouchable, like you saw early in the year with what they did with those short squeezers, right?
Yeah.
You think it's gonna happen again in the future, or they're gonna find some way to clamp down on that?
In reference to what
AMC, you know, when they found out the guy was trying to short it, and they said, "Yo, let's start buying." Wall Street bets.
This going into a kind of different kind of conversation. I don't want to give bad trading advice.
No, it's not trading. It's your opinion. Do you think that's gonna happen again in the future?
Yeah, I see. The stock market is something that it is. We right now in the stock market, we are overdue for a downturn. You're gonna see it. You know what I mean? For the whole market in its entirety, really, because ever since before Trump, the economy, the market has been on a steady upward climb. And I think that what's going to eventually happen is I'm going to say a crash, but a dramatic downturn, a dramatic bear market. And I think that you really have to be watching the market to see when it actually happens. But for me, you have to. I don't know, man. I don't like kind of want to discuss this, man. I don't want to discuss. Let's go with something else, man. Let's go with something else.
Yeah.
Man.
So no, it's fine. He asked a question, and you gave him an answer.
Yeah.
Dorico has additional answers in the chat for that question. He says buy Bitcoin till it hits 75K, and Ethereum until it hits 5K, and then hold. Buy XRP until it hits $3.
But XRP, you can't even buy it. I think there's still the SEC won't let you buy it.
In some places, like in New York, you can't buy it.
Yeah, it's just this goddamn state, man. You can't do anything in the state. You can't defend yourself, and you can't buy these coins.
Yeah. So I'm posting Shoot the Breeze topic number 7. This topic I saw today. This is from yours truly, and thanks to those of you who posted topics earlier on the Discord. Thanks for all the earlier topics. Is what I'm trying to say. So this one is about Boosie, the rapper Boosie. You guys know Boosie from all those Vlad interviews. Versus Lil Nas X. Let me see if I could find the tweet.
This is almost too easy, man. Boosie, Bussy.
Let me see if I could find Boosie. He tweeted something in response to something Lil Nas X did. Let me see if it's still up, because it was so raw. I figured they would have suspended his account or something like that. But so that's not there. Let me go to. Wait, is that man bored on the show?
No, I'm just yawning. I'm not bored.
Now, it's past our bedtime. That's why I'm asking everybody how we change these shows around so we can talk, but still get our sleep.
Yeah, well, we're almost to the last prompt, so I'll
No. I'm not bored. I always yawn. It's not. I'm still up.
All right. So Lil Nas X had this comment earlier on Twitter, and then Boosie responded. You guys can see this, right? Hold on. Let's start it up here. So check this out.
So I've been working on this song with Lil Boosie, bro. I had this song with Lil Boosie for him to come out. All right, ain't even lie, bro. Got song with Lil Boosie for him to come out. Song with Lil Boosie for him to come out. So I've been working on this song with Lil Boosie, bro.
So that's Lil Nas X saying that he has a song with Boosie about to come out, right? And oh shit, I just closed the wrong tab. I hate when I do that.
Why is he rubbing his jaw like that? Like,
yeah, it's weird, right? Like he just finished hanging out with a homeboy or something like that. Like what?
It's like before a snake devours something, it widens his jaw like that. That's what it reminded me of. He's like rubbing that jaw.
Yeah, it's weird.
It's very weird, especially considering how he swings back and forth, right?
Yeah, he's a hand.
And yeah.
And look how he's pouting his lips, man. Like he's getting ready to grip something with it.
Yeah, and yeah, okay. So let me just share this. Boosie responded with a tweet. I think they took the tweet down now. So I'm glad I took a screen capture of it because it's kind of funny. Nah, man. Nah. Mute your mic if you're gonna do all that kind of stuff, man.
Yeah, man.
Sorry about that.
You guys can see this tweet. Boosie Badass says boy, stop trolling me, Feig. LOL. You a whole bitch playing with a gangster, shaking my head. You can keep sucking dick and getting fucked in your ass and peace. And hashtag hate yourself. You hate yourself. I would too if I was you. LOL, Nas X. If you hashtag commit suicide, you would do this world a huge favor. Nobody wants you here. Well, that's one of the coldest tweets I've ever seen in my life.
That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy.
They are not playing that mess like back in the day. They used to have these beefs like in private, with regard to their particular behaviors. Not everybody. They be out on social media, stretching them ostrich and peacock feathers. Like, look.
Yep.
Hey, you can tell no corporation paying him. That's all I can say about that. Because
I think he's doing Uber Eats commercials now.
Is he?
Lil Nas X?
Yeah.
No.
Oh,
no,
okay.
And they gave him like Lil Nas X Day in Atlanta or something like that.
Well, yeah, Atlanta will be the place for that. San Francisco and Atlanta. No, I think Mr. Untouchable was talking about. It was talking about Boosie. You could tell that he's not a paid Negro.
Gotta be a free agent.
Yeah, he's a free agent. Because if he was a paid Negro, he can't say that shit.
Never. Not in a million years. Not in a million years. No way.
Yeah. Daily affirmation by Pauline says, LOL, my family is howling and hooting about the tweet. Dorico says, when the weight clicks in the gym, that rep doesn't count. So I guess he's talking to Azuliism, faking the funk in a gym somewhere. Yeah, it's either Atlanta or San Francisco. That's the two places they'll give him a day. Huh?
It was Atlanta.
Who's Atlanta?
No, it was in Atlanta.
Yeah. No, I'm saying in general.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the bathhouse.
They'll give a man like him will get a day in Atlanta or in San Francisco.
But I said there's a
maybe
couple.
in the village in New York.
No, a lot of them gays don't live in the village no more, actually.
Oh, really?
And that was a big misnomer, actually.
Oh, okay. Okay.
But
I want to put something out there. I want to put a what if statement out there.
Oh,
what if
are you coming out?
What if Lil Nas X trolling the LGBT community just to get that LGBT bag? What if he's not really gay? What do you say to
Mr. Untouchable? He actually said that. He said he was tired of playing a gay person. He was not. I said he was trolling.
Did he?
Yeah.
Yeah, the problem with playing, when you play silly games, you get silly prizes.
Get dumb. It's true. It's true.
And so when a fella roll up on you, when a Buju Bantan roll up on you and say boom bye bye, you wish you wasn't playing them kind of silly games, you see. So go ahead and play that game if you want, but I don't want to be nowhere around you while you're playing it too.
Y'all got me hollering over here.
Lil Nas X, Boosie. Don't cut your deck off, man. Boosie is funny as hell. Boosie went in on that that Dwayne Wade's son issue. And that's where the clip comes from when he was pleading with Dwayne Wade. It's like, don't cut your son's dick off, man.
I agree.
Wasn't it Gabrielle Union that turned that boy out?
Gabrielle Union plays a part in it. Gabrielle Union has a man-hate thing because she was physically assaulted as a teenager. And she was raped as a teenager, and she is vowed, and I think she's followed through with it too. She's vowed anytime any kind of parole or this, that, and kind of stuff comes up with that guy, and I don't blame her. She'll be there to make sure he doesn't get out. So she has a man-hate thing going on, and that's what's going on. Matron, you want to say something?
I just want to say this. Like, there's nothing wrong with like the action to ensure that the person that harmed you can no longer harm anyone else.
Oh yeah,
nor is there a problem with advocating for different social initiatives or places to ensure that people either don't get harmed, or if they get harmed, they get the help and support and services that they need. The problem is that you have these people that have the power of celebrity, the glimmer, and or positions of power, and they have not been put through a process to be healed. Right. And they are then projecting their pain onto several others, and they're perverting feminism and different rights, and they're making it, talking about toxic masculinity, and they're poisoning the well with the poison that's inside of them, and they just keep going back to drink the water over and over and over again. Like there was something that she did where she looked like she was the man, and then they had the little boy dressed up as the girl because he wants to wear dresses, and the husband is sitting there looking, gender ambiguous, and I'm like, this is sick. You know what I mean?
I pointed out before, there's a commercial with Dwayne Wade and Gabrielle Union. You will never see this anywhere else, where this big Negro, a basketball at a high level, is doing like exercise competitions with his lady, and she's beating him in every competition. You wouldn't see Kim Kardashian's mom beating Bruce Jenner in commercials. But this big Negro has this woman here beating him all up and down. A world-class athlete, by the way. You just wouldn't see it. So he's a part of the problem. Erzuliism mentions that it was a white guy. The white guy, so they had a nanny. Dwayne Wade and them had a nanny who was a man, some Fabio looking fella.
Wow.
Yeah, who was gay too, right? Who was LGBT. And he was the nanny to this little boy. And so the belief is that, that was the influence. But Gabrielle is one of them, what's the word again? When you allow people to do stuff all the time. I can't think of the word. No, not that.
Free range or permissible parents?
Yeah, kind of like a permissible person.
I put the commercial in the private chat if you want to see it.
The commercial with Dwayne Wade on them.
Yeah, it's a Gatorade commercial.
Yeah. So I think I probably shouldn't play it because they might want to mess with me with that. But you guys have seen the.
Oh, it's on YouTube. It's already on YouTube.
Yeah. YouTube will message you for playing something else on YouTube. But yeah, you. Oh, in fact, let me do it any goddamn way. What do I?
Yeah, Gatorade is not going to sue you. They would love that.
Yeah, they ain't gonna love my critique though.
Nah, and see, like KWAZ got a whole nother plan going on.
No, they're gonna say Negroes love Gatorade too.
UW. I put my my email in the chat, by the way, if you're listening. So.
Ooh, bound to. So.
Sorry, no.
NBA superstar.
Gatorade Zero. All the electrolytes, zero sugar. Get more out of zero.
See, that's some horse shit right there.
Yeah. Very symbolic the way she had his ball,
Yeah, the twisting his ball around. Yeah, that's not cool. You wouldn't really see no. You wouldn't really see that.
Yeah, that's a new family to be copied after and looked at. Like, you remember how we used to look at the Cosby in the 80s? This is the new so-called black family with the new Huxtables, where you have Dwayne Wade and Gabrielle Union and their trans son. This is the new Huxtables.
Yeah. Ua Bantuam #2 said exactly the word I was thinking but couldn't remember. Enabler. Enabler is the word. Just to go back to some other comments. Azuliism actually was when he said it was a white man, though. I thought he was talking about the nanny with the young boy. Apparently, the person who raped Gabrielle Union was a white guy as well. KW Don 7 says if Lil Nas X is not really a part of the Alphabet crew, that's actually worse because he's a willing tool of the white hegemonic system. Absolutely. Dorico Copa says facts to KW Don 7. Coach Pete says you hit the nail on the head when you talked about the nanny. Yeah, the nanny is the problem there. And Dwayne Wade is a problem too. Azuliism says that also. I'm sorry. Dorico Cooper said emasculated. KW 7 says Gabrielle Union admits to performing analingus. God damn. She's damaged goods as far as I'm concerned.
Koku, check out this video. I just put in a thing. It's fucking hilarious about one of those Pfizer executives.
Yeah, that's okay. We'll talk about that later. But right now, we're talking about this prompt right now. Yeah. So she practices analingus. That's I don't even want to know what the mechanics of that is.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Dorigo Cooper says Gabby got your balls. Yeah, that's the thing. Daily Affirmation by Pauline says they removed the Bill Cosby family dynamics and replaced it with feminism. Matron, you have any last words on this prompt?
Just that this is sick and pathetic, but like it also played out in our community and in the white people's community when we talked about Komu being replaced by a white woman, right? Mm-hmm. So the next iteration of this is going to be the next logical iteration of this is going to be Dwayne Wade either, expressing homosexual features himself or going to be with a white woman or really going to be with a white trans man that presents as a woman in their next, as they go down this evolutionary path. They done fucked up the black family. They done fucked up a black future. And now they have to continue on their nihilistic journey.
Or him pulling a Bruce Jenner. He might be a Bruce Jenner himself, Don't forget that. Don't forget that.
Look at Malik Yoba. He likes trans people. He love that.
Yeah, Malik is another hoe too. Attracted to trans.
And Eddie Murphy.
Yeah, Eddie
No.
Murphy was a hoe too.
Matron, to his defense, he didn't know. It was 3 a.m. He didn't know.
Oh yeah, sure.
Sure, right.
Mhm.
Like what you said.
Yeah, sure. So that's prompt. I found that prompt today. That shit was hilarious, only because of how Boosie went in on that tweet. Stop trolling me, faggot. LOL. You're a whole bitch playing with a gangster. Shaking my head. You can keep sucking dick and getting fucked in your ass and peace. And I would too if I was you. LOL. And now that's a little suspect what Boosie said just now. And I would too if I was you. If you commit suicide, you would do this world a huge favor. Nobody wants you here. Yo, that's one of the coolest tweets I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool.
If you guys have any last comments about that, you guys can definitely post it in the chat. Coach Pete says, I believe D Wade is by. He's definitely open to the bullshit. He's definitely mouth open or ass open, but he's open to the bullshit one way or the other, right? So that's the thing with him. I have no faith in a big Negro like that because that's not a good look. Because he will usher in a whole bunch of bullshit behind that too.
Definitely.
The next prompt is up. Mr. Untouchable says definitely. The next prompt is up. It says hashtag dads on duty. Before I share the screen, did you guys hear about this hashtag today on Twitter?
No,
I didn't. I ain't hear about this.
Oh, yeah, y'all ain't hear about this? Okay, let's go there. Let me share my screen once again when this comes up. It was an interesting little thing that happened here, and I can't knock it, to be honest. You guys will see as soon as I can pull this thing up. It takes a while to pull stuff up here. So there was this tweet that went viral that says, after 23 students were arrested in 3 days at a Louisiana high school over fights, a group of fathers created Dads on Duty, 40 dads who took shifts at the school. There hasn't been a single incident at the school since the dads showed up. And that's the picture of the dads. What do you see?
Oh, that's beautiful.
Yeah.
I love that. Yeah.
Right on.
It just shows that when you have a father there in your life, things will get smoothed out, man.
Yeah. And a whole ass dude, like, look at these big men, right? They came out. Dwayne Wade bigger than all them dudes in that picture. He wouldn't come out to that, right? And then there was a follow-up tweet that actually showed some of the nonsense. So it says that the students say the intervention Dads on Duty provide is working. Quote, I immediately felt a form of safety. We stopped fighting. People started going to class. The fathers would like to start chapters across Louisiana and eventually the country. And this is a brief story that goes along with it.
Not many good news stories begin in such a bad news way.
You know that little short one is a terror in the cafeteria there.
I love the fact that the brothers getting together to do what they're doing, but there's an ominous thing that I have in the back.
Don't say it. We can't give it life. Oh God.
I got to, matron. I got to, because the idea behind it is when you see dads on duty, white America says to themselves, oh, it's the black folks who creating the drama, and only if they have their black fathers that and taking responsibility for what happens in as far as crime and drug selling and bad behavior, America would only be better. But I would say this. I want to see some, because I'm asking, would these black dads go to a predominantly white school and be on duty, and white America look at that and say, well, they need to be there too? Because the idea behind it is like, well, white children ain't committing no crimes and engaging in criminal behavior and doing bad deeds, but which we know is different because they shoot up schools. where the children exist. So I don't know, man. I respect the fact of what the brothers them doing. I love it. But I just see the other message that's being sent to America is like, well, it's really the black young children are committing the crimes and doing bad and immoral behavior. So they really need their fathers to go in there to intervene. You know
Well,
what I
that's
mean?
a
But I
spin.
want to see the white dads out there too. They
Right.
need to be out there
That's a
too,
spin.
being responsible for their badass kids as well. That's
Yeah.
where I look at.
Yeah. That's the spin that they'll use. I can see that. Yeah, you're right. Them white dads need to be in them Columbine schools and whatnot, and Sandy Hook schools, and quelling the temperament of those kids.
Too much cuckold culture.
Coco, I just there was a fight the other day in Staten Island. There was that school is called Susan Wagner, majority white school. And they had a big brawl on video. I just put the link there. And recently they had another brawl. And it's more of an Asian. It's in Bayside, Queens, Asian white neighborhood. Another brawl in that school too. So there's been all these school brawls this whole week.
Yeah. Let me look at that real quick here. Boom.
It says SI Live.
Yeah, I got it.
I have a story about that in the community that I live in. Y'all know I moved to this non-African community years ago with a family member, and they have this. Usually in those schools, the moms are the lunch aides, and they get paid a little bit of money because they can pay them the state minimum wage. Usually in those schools, the dads do some type of janitorial work and some type of security at the school and things like that for other non-African people groups. And it doesn't matter because they don't respect their parents. So it's not going to stop even if they have that presence there because they don't respect their parents.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man. In the comment section, Dorico Cooper says that's what's up. Razulism is messed up like myself. He says I see a heart attack waiting to happen. But he does say it's pretty dope what they're doing. He said that boy man need a treadmill. Then he laughs his ass off. Razulism is the worst, man. Uwa Bantum says, how do they have free time? How do they make money? Thinking how they get money in free time. They kind of look like retired. Like some of them look like they might be pensioners. Actually, they seem to be a little bit older men. He says this can be used to get the trade systems and organized, gradually evolve into a mass independent schooling network. Wishful thinking. KW Don 7 says the black misandrous internet talking heads will never touch this story. Absolutely. But yeah, I thought that was pretty good story, and it's pretty dope that it went viral on the internets on Twitter earlier today. If you can't tell, I get most of my news these days from like Twitter. So yeah, that was a good story. I appreciated that one. I thought that was a good feel-good story as well. Especially, I thought it was good to tell after that Boozy badass story. So Shoot the Breeze, we're at number 9 now. We only got one more after this. We only have one. Is that right? Yeah, we only have one more prompt after this. So let me post it up. Any last comments you guys have in the chat room? Put the number in front of the comment so we could know which one it's for, which prompt it's for. We have Shoot the Breeze number 9 is a white woman told me she doesn't think of me as black. Here's how I responded. So let me put this article up. And this is peak story of the so-called tragic mulatto, by the way. Right? And this is why we got to be careful of them too. Okay, here we go. A white woman told me she doesn't think of me as black. Here's how I reacted. Irrespective of the neighborhood in which I live, regardless of how articulate I might seem, all I am and all I ever will be to some people is black. So here's this woman here. You guys comment. What is she to you? Is she a black woman to you? Is she a white woman to you? She is just a mixed person, right? Once, as I was putting the final touches on the live auction program for my son's school, one of the committee moms expressed surprise when I told her that I wanted to get more black parents involved the following year. Quote, "It's funny," she said, "I don't really ever think of you as black. I've always just seen you as one of us. One of us. Us, the private school going, Range Rover driving, net jet flying, fundraiser throwing white elite. Please don't think for a minute that we have the same experience when we step off this campus," I thought. "Do you imagine that affluence trumps race out there in the real world? Because honestly, it is the other way around. When my kids were in elementary school, I was the only black room mom. So as such, I made sure that our classes celebrated Black History Month by studying black scientists and inventors instead of only athletes and entertainers. When they were in high school, I was the only board member to insist that we create a diversity, equity, and inclusion committee to deal with the racism our students, parents, and faculty were experiencing on campus. Me personally, so far, she sounds kind of white, to be honest. And I voted myself to ensuring that each of our schools' young black kids had a platform to speak their truth. And when they were brave enough to stand up and describe the hurt and loneliness of being the only BIPOC, BIPOC one in their class, or at a school social gathering, I felt that pain at a cellular level, for it was my pain too. And yet some have accused me of being a hypocrite. I was on a talk show recently to discuss race in the classroom. Sounds white. During a short break, one of the moms on the other side of the issue questioned my sincerity because, according to her, I seem to be doing fine. Quote, "You live in a good neighborhood. You were a successful business owner and you sit on the board of one of the most prestigious private schools in California. If this country is so racist, how do you explain all that?" I could just see the smirk on that white hole's face. But anyway, that was not the first time someone has taken note of my privilege and used it to dismiss my progressive stance on topics like racism and equity. It happens all the time online. Just look at the comments on my articles. And now and then someone questions it to my face. I've heard rude statements like, "Aren't you mixed anyway?" Meaning I suppose that the white half would cancel out the black half and all my troubles would be over. I'm not mixed race, by the way. Both my parents are black. Oh, okay. In fact, I was born in the Negro ward at the Illinois Research Hospital. So there's that. What was she, like 87 or something? The Negro ward. The fact that I was married to a successful white man, here's the bullshit, also comes up a lot. As if I had any choice of who I fell in love with 26 years ago, rich or poor, tall or short, black or white. And as if that white man I married somehow by proxy made my brown skin less threatening to those around me. In these instances, I often have to fight the impulse to throw down my blackness like a gauntlet and challenge them to a duel. I want to get up in their face and in a clear, steady voice, dare them to ask me how many times I've been called nigger, at least 20, mostly by people driving by in pickup trucks. I hate to stereotype, but it's true. Or tell them about the time I had an appointment at a new salon, but when I walked in, the white proprietor looked at me and looked me up and down coldly and said, "Mistaken booking? We can't take you today." Once I was the only person at my table to be charged a $10 service fee when my white dinner companions and I got our separate checks. And then there was the moment I'll never forget while touring a public school in Malibu. Listen to this fucker here. When I asked about diversity, the principal looked me dead in the face and told me, quote, "It's a very homogeneous community, and most of our parents would like to keep it that way," end of quote. I would like to tell them how I heard my heartbeat in my ears then, and how the air around me turned to jello, and how I didn't have time to brace for the anger and humiliation that came barreling toward me like a gut punch. Malcolm X famously said, quote, "What do you call a black man with a PhD? Answer, you call him nigger." Meaning, of course, that when it comes down to it, regardless of my platinum card or the car I drive, irrespective of the neighborhood in which I live, regardless of how articulate I might seem, all I am and all I ever will be to some people is black. I wager if you ask any black person in our country, they'll have stories like mine. Remember that salesperson who refused to remove an expensive handbag from the sales case when Oprah Winfrey asked to see it? Yes, Oprah. Or how about that fancy Los Angeles seafood restaurant that for years had a reputation for seating all of its black customers in the back? This is something that has happened to my family and me several times at different establishments. What about black people being detained for loitering in front of their own houses, which happened to my sons 2 years ago? How about being stopped and assaulted by the police while walking their dogs? This happened to Nikita Brown in Chicago 2 weeks ago. I could go on and on, of course. And even with all of this, there are people who think that I should just shut up about race and be grateful. And don't get me wrong, I am grateful. I understand how fortunate I am to have the access and resources that I do, and I don't take any of it for granted. But my privilege doesn't keep me safe from the emotional, psychological, and physical harm that is waiting for me the moment I turn on the news or walk out my front door. Couple that with the fact that I have black sons in a country that seems to hate black men. The way I see it, I have no choice but to call out the racism we all live with as loudly and as often as I can. Privilege, though, is not confined to money or pedigree. Although most people generally think of privilege as socioeconomic, that's just one of many categories. Of course, there is white privilege, but there's also colorism. Colorism, favoring light-skinned people over dark-skinned tones, is real and present in both black and white communities. Often because I am light-skinned and female, white people assess me as safe or exceptional, and black people think I have it easier. Unfortunately, they're right. Light-skinned women are sentenced to 12% less time behind bars than our darker-skinned counterparts. And the University of Georgia study shows that employers prefer light-skinned black applicants to dark-skinned ones. We could also talk about gender privilege. Men still get paid more than women for the same jobs, and that's a fact. There's cis hetero privilege, educational privilege, zip code privilege, right-handed and able-bodied privilege, hair, and age privilege. Given all this, perhaps that committee mom could be forgiven for thinking that she and I are alike. But because we share certain privileges, socioeconomic, cis, hetero, able-bodied, right-handedness, etc., she blinded herself to the all-important identifier that still separates me from her. The true privilege is that my blackness can slip her mind from time to time, but the world we live in won't ever let me forget it. So that's this negress talking about a white woman didn't thought she was one of them. What says you guys in the chat? Let me read some of the chat comments first. KW Dawn, hold on. Let me go back up. Azulium says, she look like a man to me. That's the first thing this Negro had to say. Okay. Second thing, then he says a white man to be surgical, to be surgically specific. KW Don 7 says she's a multiracial female who identifies as black. Dorico Cooper Photography says, I bet there were 4 trucks too. 4 trucks?
Probably meant Ford.
Oh, okay. Okay. Oh yeah, when she talked about the people who call her nigga and stuff, they were driving
Right.
trucks. Yeah.
Right. And yeah, you know, Ford had his whole agenda.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. KW Dawn 7 says she's a multi-generational, multiracial female like Zoe Kravitz. Zuliism says, yo, we don't care, all of that, but you still married the barrel maker? Get the fuck out of here. I get that too. He goes on to say, you hate black men, get the fuck out of here. F her. Zuliism, I guess, really is on that roid stuff, boy. He's on it tonight.
Did you drop the link? You know he'll come back. I love
he says F her, and he also says, this is a Zuliism, he also says the wage gap is a myth. Yeah. So yeah, Urzuli isn't had all the responses there for a while.
No, Urzuli ends up eat one of them boiled bananas. One of them eat one of them boiled flandre.
Yeah. So
hold
on. Let's introduce the rage monster, Urzuliism.
First of all, first of all, I'm just saying, why are we wasting time on these people? Like, all of this she's talking about, she still married the people that created this whole environment for her. Why are we wasting time on people like that? Like, this is crazy. You're saying that, all this racism or this white woman told you not. She loves that. When the white woman told you she don't remember, she loves that shit. But she want to make an article, but she still married the person that creates this whole environment.
Yep.
I don't get it.
Yep. She's complicit. Go ahead.
Who does that? Oh, now I'm supposed to feel sorry for you. Oh, you go to board meetings. Oh, I bet she married a rich white man.
Oh yeah, that's what she gets.
Maybe she married a broke. Maybe she married a broke white man, because they. For us, we need to be 6 figures, but the white man could be 1 figure, $1 a day. They'd be all right with that because they married. They love the genetic pool that the white man gives their children. That's what it is.
He not lying. They got articles.
Like,
go ahead.
If I'm making $30,000, if I'm making $40,000 a year, it's a problem. But a Caucasian man making $20,000, living in a trailer trash apartment, will get the top. Oh yeah, we know why. They love that genetic pool that they get from him. So I don't feel sorry for that article. I wish the woman would have did something else to her. I don't care.
Matron, what say you? You're a woman on the panel, a black woman at that. What say you about this whole fiasco of a topic?
She just wanted some attention, because what her article inevitably said is that all of these different people groups have privilege. And so because you can find some group to assign your privilege to, that the prevailing oppression that you receive shouldn't matter. She is racially ambiguous, right? And I did a whole 2-minute thing, screen share on my phone, on my YouTube page, talking about what happens when we start connecting with these racially ambiguous people. And this is the problem that has has permeated our community for hundreds of years, because they documented over 600 different categories of people that could not be black, nor could they be white. And they documented them in Haiti in the book that I'm reading about Toussaint Louverture. So they don't see her, they see her as less threatening. They do try to marry off wealthy or smart women that are not white to white people. And she's just sitting here. She just wanted some attention, because we all know what's really going on.
I just want to say, Kari, the link you had sent me before, the reason why I didn't play or read the article or play the video on that page was because my ad blocker was preventing me from going further on that page, so that's why I didn't read it, just to let you know. But yeah, if you read if you listened intently at my little commentary in between what she was talking about, you could hear the white woman in her actually while she was talking. Like, you could hear the Karen in her, to be honest. This is why, and it was surprising for me to find out that in fact she had 2 black parents, but I question what they were the products of themselves. Because usually when that type of stuff happens, there's an example that you're following. For her to be that lighter skin like that, there's usually some example that you're following, some grandparent or something, great grand or something, was white themselves or something like that. Yeah, I saw that trending on Twitter today, and I thought it was an interesting thing. I thought I'd bring it to you guys. Mr. Untouchable, you have anything to say to this?
No, I agree with my Haitian brethren, and I'm a good sister matron. I do think she wants attention. She's an integrationist Negro. She wants some comfortability in white society, and she finds out and discovers that she won't be accepted regardless of the fact that she married or dated a bottom shelf brat, and she's coming to the realization that she will never be accepted. It is what it is. One of the things that I find funny is when white folks play this Jedi mind trick when they say that, I know you're not like them. I always thought you was like one of us. And I'm saying that why won't black people play the same kind of Jedi mind trick with white folks from time to time and say, well, I never really looked at you as a white person. I always looked at you as like one of us. And just let that sit out.
I always saw you as a nigga personally.
Just let that sit out there. Just don't say nothing. Don't qualify it. Just let them go home and think about that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's how I look at that scenario,
With your niggardly ways. So I put up prompt number 10, which is the final prompt for tonight. What I'll do, if you have any last thoughts, you post it in the chat. Let me do a station ID break. Haven't done one in a while. And I'm going to play a couple things in a row here. So you guys stay tuned and we'll finish up on the other side.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the pro-black perspective, where black problems are addressed with black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the revolutionary matron on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
If you know anyone who's a small podcaster that's talking Pan-Africanism, that's talking African spirituality, etc., then you should have them listen to this right here as well.
Have you ever considered joining KWAZ Radio? Each of our hosts shares their unique perspective with you. You might have a perspective that needs to be shared. If that's true, hit us up at kwaz.radio@gmail.com. What are you gonna do? What you gonna do?
Make sure you guys who are here, make sure you guys hit the like button. I notice if I don't say it, folks won't do it. Hit the like button. As Derico Cooper Photography usually says, show that you were in attendance. Hit the like button. Practice reciprocity. If you're enjoying the show, especially, and you've taken the time to listen to the show, just hit the like button. That helps me. That helps the show. That helps the network, etc. So hit the like button. And if you also in the mindset of reciprocity, which we should all be, check out this ad right here. Greetings, everyone. This is Koku from the Bitter Medicine Podcast. I just wanted to jump on real quick and highlight a tweet made by the revolutionary matron of the Learning Curve podcast on KWAZ Radio. She says in this tweet, buy black and support KWAZ radio hosts. Buy a t-shirt today. You can go to t-shirtepiphanies.com/KWAZ-radio-merch. You can support all the hosts like Onita Say from the Pro-Black Perspective, myself, Koku from the Bitter Medicine Podcast, the Harsh Reality Podcast with D Webb and Al Miguel, and last but not least, the Revolutionary Matron from the Learning Curve Podcast. And I just wanted to show you, also, you can look at and see some of the first shirts that we have here. We have a lot of size options for you guys to choose from. So make sure to go ahead and support each of these shows by purchasing a t-shirt today. The reality is that when you buy merchandise, support of one of your favorite shows on the network, you help to make that show even better, right? And by purchasing and wearing these t-shirts, you are showing people around you that you are included in the culture that we are creating at KWAZ Radio. All right? Buy it because you love what we're doing. Buy a t-shirt because you want to be a part of this thing that we're creating, right? And buy it because you want to show people that you feel united with the subject and the cause of the shows on KWAZ Radio. I'm Koku from the Bitter Medicine Podcast. You guys be good. Peace. Yes, indeed. Make sure to support the shows on KWAZ Radio, and you get something in return. You get a t-shirt in return. I want to thank the Revolutionary Matron for setting up the merch store for us, and also for doing that call to action about joining the network. So again, if you guys know someone, there's someone you follow on YouTube or whatever that you think is bringing pertinent information to those of us outside of the continent, be it spirituality, be it economics, well, what have you, make sure, let them see that ad and have them contact KWAZ Radio at gmail.com. I see we have someone new in the chat. So you see Shoot the Breeze, topic number 10, the last one for the night, is hashtag Eswatini protests. That's what's going on in Swaziland right now. But I see we have someone new here saying that their name is Let's Have Tea. And they're saying, hi, I live in China. I run an organization named IDIFA, which means I Do It for Africa. We promote African art and culture in an innovative way. Let's have tea. Here's a question for you. Where are you from? Are you from China? Are you of Asian descent? Tell us a little bit about yourself. In the meantime, how did you come to find this podcast? I'll be curious to hear about that. And if you want to, you could jump on the live with us. I see Uwa Abantu is here. You could jump on the live with us. You'll just have to show your face before. You'll have to show your face to me before you get on live, because I have to make sure, you're in on some BS or something like that. Right? So we're talking about this prompt here. Uwabantu, you could turn your camera off. I already know who you are. All right. Uwa, do you have thoughts on this current prompt about hashtag Eswatini protest? Do you have any insight on that?
Well, the Eswatini protests, I mean, it's hard because Eswatini is one of those old kingdoms. Even Garvey knew about them. Swaziland, but they're like a kingdom, so there are a whole bunch of villages. But now they're arguing for democracy because the king is westernized and abusing them, but at the same time, the people are westernizing what they want. So they want to be at the table with. They don't have a African-centered program, so it's like it's kind of with Africans. They have an issue down to the last village. They want to be at the seat of the United Nations and eating tea, sipping tea, crumpets, and all that stuff. Like you can't really stick. We can't really stick up for them because they're not asking for what's right.
Mm.
You know, we're going into Kwanzaa. They're not on those kind of principles.
Okay. So I have this article. I'll share it with you guys too. Do any of you other panelists? Well, why pull this up? Do any of you other panelists? Are you familiar with what's going on in Swaziland right now? Mr. Untouchable, Matron, Kevin Carre, 42.
I know nothing. This is new to me, but I'm willing to learn.
Cool. Mr. Untouchable? Mr. Untouchable must be drinking a Kalek or something right now. Matron, are you still there?
I was on mute. Sorry, Kokyo. The only thing I know about Swaziland is the king. He had a bunch of wives, you know, and the country of Swaziland was really like just the very wealthy and the very poor. So I really don't know the details of what's actually going on in Swaziland. So you'll have to educate me.
Okay. Matron, you? Maybe the matron's on mute too.
Oh yeah, I was. Yep.
Okay.
I am not drinking out of the same bottle Mr. Untouchable is, just in case y'all was wondering. But the only thing I know, yes, the weekend. The only thing I know is that that there's a big Western push in that area. So things that didn't even work in the West to get change are strategies that are being pushed or projected onto them to change their overall situation. And I think that they're not clear in what the whole story and what the goals and objectives are. And I'll just leave it there. We can continue the conversation.
So this article, it's a petition from the civilians in Swaziland, also known as Eswatini. Sorry. And it says civilian killings must stop now. It says, to the government of Eswatini and the international community, we, the undersigned 69 civil society organizations, are deeply concerned about the eruption of state violence in Eswatini. We stand in solidarity with the people of Eswatini in condemning the government's violent repression of mass protests, demanding democracy and economic justice. We support the UN Human Rights Commissioner's call, urging the authorities to fully adhere to human rights principles and reminding them that peaceful protests are protected under international human rights law. We call on the government of Eswatini to immediately cease its brutal crackdown against civilians, restore and maintain internet access, and engage in inclusive dialogue with pro-democracy groups and politicians. We call on the international community, including the United Nations, African Union, Southern African Development Community, and individual governments to demand that the government respect human rights, allow a thorough, independent investigation of who authorized violence against protesters, including shooting to kill orders, and support a peaceful transition to a democratic form of government. Reports out of Eswatini indicate that since late June, the army and police forces have killed dozens of unarmed civilians and injured around 1,000 people, including by shooting indiscriminately at and wounding protesters. The government has reportedly imprisoned hundreds of people, many of them young people, and shut down internet access across the country for several weeks, which Amnesty International calls, quote, a brazen violation of the rights to freedom of expression and information, end of quote. Reports further indicate that security forces have sought to intimidate human rights defenders and activists with unlawful surveillance, imposed a curfew, and restricted public gatherings and petition deliveries to the government. The political crisis caused by state-sponsored violence risks creating a humanitarian crisis as hospitals struggle to treat the influx of people injured by security forces, food and fuel supplies become limited, and people's movement and ability to conduct basic commerce is restricted. Specifically, we lend our support to the demands of civil society organizations, political organizations, and people's movements within Swaziland, calling for a long-term resolution to the current political crisis through an inclusive political dialogue, the total unbanning of political parties, a transitional authority, new democratic constitution, and a multi-party democratic dispensation. In the immediate term, we join democracy defenders in Swaziland in the following demands: calling for action from the government of Swaziland to cease violence, restore and maintain communication services, and provide urgently needed humanitarian support. The immediate so these are the demands: the immediate cessation of the killing of civilians and the return of the army to the barracks. The immediate restoration of civic services, such as the rapid issuing of death certificates for those killed in the past. Mandatory independent pathologists to conduct postmortems on the deceased. Urgent humanitarian support to the affected families, workers, and citizens who need basic necessities such as food, sanitary towels, baby food, etc. Next, the provision of direct financial support to resuscitate affected small and medium enterprises. The full and permanent restoration of internet and communication services and people's right to freedom of expression, and the urgent availability of vaccines to all Imaswati, and the end of unnecessary lockdowns. All right, so I'll leave it at that. But that's what's going on in Swaziland. What do you guys think we should be doing, if anything at all, for our brothers and sisters on the continent, particularly in Swaziland? I'll start with you. Do you think it's just a lost cause there?
Well, with Swaziland, I'm not even sure of the population, but just what we're doing, like promoting African-centered education. People might think it's underrated, but you got to think of all these other revolutions. Like take China for example. They took all their philosophies and put it in one. They really enforced education as far as what you get to teach. And I have some contacts in Southern Africa where they're tuning into what we're doing. But like when people start saying pro-democracy and this and that, it's more like a Western free for all. They're going to introduce all this madness. It's going to get even worse if we just try to be like bleeding hearts. So like, we have to. This is the time to really step up. We got this African-centered education. We have these principles of how we're going to work together. And you'd be surprised. A lot of them might turn it down and just say, shove you to the side and say, what about this Western NGO that's about human rights? And they'll sweep you to the side. So it's like, forget them. Like, we got our terms.
Achieve Mindset in the chat is saying something very similar to you. He's saying they need to maintain an authoritarian system. Democracy does not achieve anything. He says, I think these leaders do not know how to resolve problems before it gets worse. And that last one especially I resonate with. I think Mr. Untouchable, myself and the matron, maybe it was on Matron After Dark or something, but we were talking about the benevolent dictator. You know, democracy is just some bullshit to cause confusion, if we're being honest about it. But you need the benevolent leader, though, the one who resolves the issues and doesn't force the people down any path for self-service and all that kind of stuff. Does anyone else want to add anything to that?
When I say benevolent dictator, I'm very careful not to confuse that term with a monarch because I'm not into monarchies.
Right.
I mean, I'm not shit. You get me in a real conversation. I would have done to this the king of Swaziland what was done to Haile Selassie. You know what I mean? If you get me in a real conversation. But when I say benevolent dictatorships, I would look at a place like maybe Singapore with Lee Kuan Yew. You know, someone who really is progressive in the things that he's trying to do for this country. But with this guy, just go to YouTube videos and just listen to this idiot, man. He's really far afield. So I have issues with him, you know, personally. But like I say, I do believe that Africa do need benevolent dictators, you know, strong hands, strong-willed people, you know, but not to the degree of this guy, you know, or any monarchies, man. Africa need to get rid of a lot of monarchies, man, just like England, and our country too, by the way. You know, but that's where I stand on that, you know.
Matron?
Yeah, I feel like. Can you guys hear me? I want to make sure I didn't have it. Okay. I want to make it clear. I believe that rulership should not be inherited, right? And that you should be able to pick the best equipped person to move the mass of your people forward, and that selection process is done by committee, which sounds like democracy, but it's not democracy as it's practiced in the West. It goes back further to our indigenous systems and the way that we used to do things and how we used to have these tribunals and conversations and groups of people that had the intent to do the most good for the most Africans at heart. And then once that decision is made, those people that were at the table go back and they enforce those rules with a strong hand under a velvet glove. So you have the force to understand that this can go bad, but you understand that no, I'm gently pushing you into a direction that's for the betterment of all of our people, for the betterment of all of us. You know, having these types of conversations reminds me of that live stream we did where it was 12 hours and they were talking about how Nkrumah was a dictator, and it's like you don't even understand the situation from the outside in and the inside out of what he was dealing with, trying to piece together a bunch of people that had been educated against their own best interests, and for generations, literally over 1,000 years, have been taught that they were not one people, when that's all we are. We just keep going to make new families, and sometimes we make bad decisions, and we need to stop making those bad decisions.
I would like to say, like, just in general, like Africa, I haven't seen how Swaziland is structured, but in general, these people have like villages and chiefdoms, and creating a state is just basically gathering all these villages and a couple urban centers together. So it's always like chiefs and traditional authorities involved. Even with Ghana, they still got a indigenous Ashanti kingdom or autonomous. So that's what these states are in Africa. They're like collections of villages, rural areas, and the rural courts are still in effect. So when people say democracy, and it's like, what are they talking about? Really, because you can't get rid of that regional village court system. Even in Rwanda, they got something called the Garacha system that they used to. They created like a village court system to try to resolve a lot of the genocide that happened from trying to create a Western democracy. I haven't heard of an election over there for a while. So it's I don't know what people are talking about. I think it's just a scheme.
So
you could talk about decentralization. Yeah, that makes more sense.
So Achieve Mindset is here. Let's see what Achieve Mindset has to add. Go ahead, Achieve.
Oh, thank you. I think, what I said is that they don't know how to solve problems before it gets worse. And if you look at that country, I mean, he compare that country to somewhere like Saudi Arabia, right? They also have kings, and they seem to be want to fix their countries, and it doesn't take a genius to recognize what you need to do, and they don't seem to want to do that. So people would always look over somewhere and say, hey, they have democracy, so we want that because you're not fixing the country and making a better place. I mean, you don't have to make it a place where everywhere is gold, but you have to make sure that if people see that you're trying your best, people will respect it. But the king is not trying his best. That's why they want to get rid of him. And when we talk about, like, for example, the UN, and I think the Revolution Major talked about Nkrumah and how he dealt with some problems. The truth is that, right, Nkrumah destroyed himself, because he fell into the trap that a lot of intelligent black men fell into, which is they think that because I negotiated the country out of colonialism, they see me as intelligent. But the problem is that when we talk about, the UN, and if I this issue, the issue with this country should not be brought to the UN's table. This should be an African issue to solve by
Right.
ourselves. But because, I'm going to go back to this simple problem, is that Nkrumah didn't want an African army. People think that he did. He didn't, because going back to Ghana's independence, we would have had independence earlier if it wasn't for the French, because the French was scared that we would overrun their country, kicking them out of Togo, Burkina Faso, and Ivory Coast. So especially Ivory Coast. So they forced the British to make sure that any deal outside meant that we couldn't interrupt in our country's affairs, which is practically why we couldn't march into Libya to save our people when they were massacring them. And also we couldn't march into Rwanda without their approval when we wanted to stop the genocide. So this UN thing, it goes back to a big problem that we have, that we always have to go to this our enemies controlled agencies to ask for their opinions, ask for their approvals before we can go sort out our own problems. And this is kind of thing where we talk about, what's it called? People may say, well, this is hindsight, 2020, but it's not, because they're able to make decisions 50 years in advance that help them years ahead. We have to start saying, look, this decision was not made properly, and that person has to be held accountable. We can judge somebody who's on the street, and a black man, on whether he's able to help the local community. But once you're in a position of precedence, you have to be judged of what your decisions made affects the people 10 years, 20 years, 50 years later. You may not like being judged in that way, but it has to be done. For example, right, I've asked this question to a lot of people. You look at Ethiopia, people said it was never colonized, right? But most of the books that I read, one of the biggest problem with, for me, when you talk about, this kind of country, is that there is no model of leadership or how to run a country that didn't come out of, that's not copying Mzungu's way of doing things. Nobody looked over the shoulder and look at, okay, Ethiopia is a country that was free, never colonized. How did they manage to govern themselves and copy that model? Nobody's bothering doing that, because why? They never actually made themselves available for these revolutionaries who were kicked out of, let's say, Togo or the other countries, say, hey, come to us and learn how to govern, right? And is this kind of problem that we have, this kind of issue where protesters are being killed and people are being killed mercilessly, is getting old. We're not fixing these problems because nobody's saying that, hey, you got a problem here because you're not feeding your own people. They're going to start designing better. How do you sort this problem out? For example, Release Matrix said Ethiopia was colonized first. But I thought Ethiopia was never colonized.
No, Ethiopia was never. Ethiopia was colonized in the sense of they were the first to receive religion, like
Right.
Christianity and stuff.
Right. I only mean in the sense of they were the first to compromise and go with something that was outside of the continent,
Right.
instead of banding together with their brethren in the continent to come against an oppressor. So that's my logic behind that statement. But I didn't want to cut you off. I just wanted to. I was making a comment, writing it down for myself. I apologize. Yeah.
No, it's okay. It's okay. If it was, I wanted to know for historical purpose and make sure that I don't get it wrong, because other people might be listening to this, so I don't want to get it wrong. But in short, these, for me personally, man, I don't disagree with. For example, this goes back to the Bahamas issue with the Eastern Wazungus. Yeah, the guy asked for the oil at 12 cents. Why did he ask it? Because when he realized they found oil, if he doesn't agree to a deal, they kick him out. They manage to manipulate the people to say, hey, he's going to keep it to himself, blah, blah, blah. And they kick him out. The next president will get it. They'll still pay him 12 cents, and then he'll get just more money for his back pocket, right? But if you have what the Middle East have, which is their own kingdoms, and if, for example, which one I'm disappointed by this guy, Swahili, I think he has many wives. God knows what reason why he that's stupid. But you have an authoritarian system. You have a situation where you can plan the country's growth in a very structured way and pass it on to your children and keep it that way. The reason why people are protesting is because the people are looking around and saying, look, they can do it and they have a king, but our king's not doing it. You understand? And one of the things, I think, if I'm correct, people can correct me, their country is in the middle of another country. That's correct, right? The last time I looked at it, and that's not feasible. I don't think they have access to water like that, and they don't have access to, like a navy or like, and I think from that perspective, you've got to plan properly as a king, and you've got to see that South Africa has to do good for you to also be able to do good. And that's international relations, and the fact that he's not thinking of it as a king causes problems. And I'm gonna put this out there. I don't think that king is probably legitimate for the throne if he's been doing this for so long. We all know the history of saying king's been brought in to do certain jobs for the Wazungus. So I think that line is probably continuing. And that's a big problem in general. But that's really what I was wanting to say.
Yeah, it's a landlocked country. That I knew for sure. A country within a country. It's bordered by Mozambique to the northeast and South Africa to its northwest and south. Right, so it's one of those countries. We talked about this a couple weeks ago, right? In one of those papers I was reading about. There's African countries that are landlocked and resourceless and all that kind of stuff. And one of the things that paper was talking about was, really we should think about cutting down all these countries on the continent anyway. And if you're a landlocked country and you're resourceless, you might as well be subsumed into a neighboring country, like what Nyere them did by merging two countries, right? It makes no sense. If you're landlocked, that means that you are at the mercy of whoever's more powerful around you. So this whole king thing wouldn't even make sense anyway, because what can he do, right?
But you have to look at Thomas Sankara, what he did in I think it was Burkina Faso. He's in a landlocked country, and what he did is very extraordinary for a country that have very little access to, especially to water. And people don't really study how he managed things. And when we talk about business schools and talk about management, right? His style of management and how he managed things, how he brought things, to a better level. People don't really think about that, and that's something that is very important in terms of Pan-African thinking. And also, when you look at, for example, when they're landlocked, we don't think about the fact that our success is going to come from our own neighbors.
Right.
And the failure to do that is kind of like creating this whole, this version of what I would say is like a Pan-African in one country, similar to communism in one country. It cannot be, it's unlikely to be successful because you have to have it mostly everywhere for it to really succeed. And, when you look at, for example, Burkina Faso right now, they are suffering from a lack of resources because now the French is, draining the country at an alarming rate. But also, you look at the fact that a lot of people there are not just, suffering, but they're all trying to migrate to the country that they are, being oppressed by. And in general, there was nobody to sit down. I think one of the biggest problems is that what's happening in the world is, even when you look at these protests and these killings and this stuff like that, right? There's a lack of revolution activities happening. And I don't mean, putting placards up or people putting black up, in a sense that there's a change of regime. Like someone comes, there's a fight, the old guy gets killed and kicked off, and someone comes, a whole new set of rules, a whole new set of religion, and everybody has to follow it. There is a kind of like, it has to be approved by the Wazungu's organization, which is the UN. If it's not allowed to exist. So everybody has to conform to one particular way of thinking. And that's in itself a brain drain, because we're not thinking differently, therefore we can't develop differently, and we can't reach to our heights in a different way. And I think that's one thing it's a big problem.
Yeah, I like the insights you came in with here at the end of the show. It really kind of put a kind of I wouldn't say dour, but it makes you think about the goings on in the continent and the fact that our people just won't do what it takes to make it right. It's really operational issue. And, if you identify the enemies, the people who will come and disrupt, and then go about the real business of doing it the proper way, an African way. I have to mute somebody who has a motorcycle going on in the background. But that's the thing. If we could get the right leadership there, Uwabantu, number 2 mentioned it earlier about the education that we really overlook. We really got to start going about things a much different way. That was the last prompt we have tonight. Achieve Mind, say, go ahead.
Sorry, we do need to do that. And in terms of the education, one of the things that I kind of realize in Africa they don't actually talk about is that they don't actually talk about how they got their independence, because they don't actually realize that without Caribbeans, there would be no independence. And nobody actually talks about the fact without Haiti, there would be also no inspiration of independence. So a lot of people in Africa look at Haiti and feel like it's good that Haiti, in a sense, is where it is because they don't worship, Jesus Christ, and they worship him and the other gods. And nobody actually realized that this, because it's never taught in schools. And you have to realize that now, I think you're from the Caribbean, you notice that they now have international A levels, right? And international GCSEs. And one of the reasons why it was brought in was because the Wazungus kept saying that these countries' individual education system is not good and compatible with our one. So one of the funny things is that you used to have to do your education system and then go to their country and do their education system. People complained, and that's why they brought in the international A levels and stuff. But what's funny is that you still do the international A levels, and you still have to go to their country and do their own education system over again. So you can do international A levels in English, and you go back to the country, you still have to do another English course and pay more money. Why? Because the system was never about you do not speak English. It's about we don't want you learning what you want, what you need to know.
Mm-hmm.
And you know that's one of the biggest problem. And African-centered education is more than just needed. Whether we survive the next century or this century, personally, from my point of view, we have to have it in, you know, every single African household, not in schools, in African household. It has to be something we structure our children's identity around.
Mm-hmm.
And that's all.
Yeah, there is. Yeah, I
Yeah,
wanted
go ahead.
to. Yeah, I really wanted to bring a, what do you call it? One of the questions for the day, to present it, but I guess it's very late, so I don't want to stall the conversation for the night. But Kwaku, if you look at the private chat,
Mm-hmm.
is right beneath Cynthia G. She was a comment. She's a popular YouTuber, and it's a comment that she made on these YouTube streets that I thought was a very pertinent conversation, you know, that to really bring to the table tonight. But I guess I didn't have the opportunity to. But if you just have a look at the YouTube video, you know, maybe we could discuss it next week.
Is the comment right before the word Cynthia G?
Right before the word Cynthia G. It's a YouTube video that
Okay.
she's a very popular YouTuber.
Yeah, I know.
She brought a conversation that I thought was absurd that I really wanted to put out there to know how you guys thought about it. But I guess we'll talk about it next week or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah, we could talk about it next week.
Yeah.
We'll make that one of the first topics we do next week.
No worries.
Any last words for tonight's Shoot the Breeze from you guys? We could start with Kevin Carrick.
I digress.
Let's go. Uwa Bantum.
Yeah, it was a good Shoot the Breeze conversation. I enjoyed myself, but yeah, Swaziland. But Swaziland is a very I don't know. It seems like a sort of invasion trying to go on, because what they got there is like, I looked up the structure. It says there are 360 townships or 360 mini chiefdoms. So you could have an electoral system, I guess, with people, you know, a governor over a couple regions of chiefdoms. But all this democracy talk seems more like they're trying to get westernized. And with citizenship, I imagine it's tribal or bloodline based. So I feel what they're trying to do is bring in all these foreigners to basically become, you know, Asian, Swatini, white Swatini.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's a lot more crazy than it looks. I don't know what they're doing. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Untouchable, any last words for tonight's Shoot the Breeze?
No, great show once again. I'm glad to have Achieve Mindset come on and give his opinions. He's a new guy. I would just say to my African brothers and my Caribbean brothers and the American massive, try to share the content and try to build the platform as much as possible. We growing, and that's a good thing, man. Shout out to Koku.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Yes.
Appreciate it. Matron?
It was a great show. I always enjoy hearing those insightful perspectives. And the more I listen to my brethren and my sisters from all over the world, because Black equals African, I realize that we all see this mess. Like JR is not pulling a glimmer on us.
Mm-hmm.
And we all even see the real solution. We need to come to the table to resolve the problem. And until we decide to do that, then we're going to keep having these little moments. But I appreciate the fact that more people are stepping up to the moment.
Achieve Mindset, you were the last one to come on the panel tonight. I give you the last word. What's your final thoughts about tonight's show?
Well, thank you for having me. Thank you, Grego, for hosting this the platform. And my last words, just be strong and persevere, and hopefully we can build a better future for the next generation. I enjoy the show very much. And it's nice to see people are working together.
Thank you. Yeah, we gotta, in the future, in the near future, on the Shoot the Breeze, we're gonna really talk with Ua Abantu number 2 about some of these, about some of the dynamics on the continent that he tells me about when we speak one-to-one. There's some work we're trying to do out there now with the podcast network in the continent. But I realized, as I was talking to the matron earlier today, I realized that there's some dynamics at play here that you wouldn't necessarily expect. I get it, but you wouldn't necessarily expect some of the dynamics. So we're going to spend some time and talk about that. Maybe I make that one of the first prompts next week, followed by what Mr. Untouchable wanted me to look at as well. Daily Affirmations by Pauline says, enjoyed the show. I appreciate that. I appreciate all of you who enjoyed it. We'll be back next week, Saturday, of course. I'll be back on Tuesday reading Nation Building. And Thursday, I'm going to read a paper about Igbo economics that Ua Bantu kind of sparked that interest in my mind the other day. So, okay.
I had one thing to say.
Okay.
Thanks for having me again, family. Wadu. But I'd had there's a Maroon Societies conference coming up, and they have the similar structure that African continentals have, but they have the consciousness and the reconnaissance. They have the memory. They know what's going on in the world. So I'm inviting more people to that conference, and I'm going to follow through with my agreement to bring continental people into contact. But the Caribbean is actually pretty much the headquarters of what we're trying to do as far as creating that rope that ties us together. But I'm following through. It's just putting it out there if anyone wants to attend the Maroon conference. It's $50 as a group. They just want to see us show up. And the more people come on board, the less taxing it is for us that are interested. So, yeah.
When is the conference?
Conference is, I want to say November 5th, but I might have the dates mixed up. It's November, I know that.
Okay.
It gives us a week or two.
Okay, so we'll have another Shoot the Breeze before that happens. So let's get the information together. I'll push it next week on Shoot the Breeze, and we could show up as a group.
All right.
It's an online event, of course, right?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, so we could do that. All right, so we'll do that. In the meantime, I want to thank everyone who was on the panel with me tonight. I want to thank you guys who spent 4 hours and 20 minutes on this Saturday night to Shoot the Breeze. But that's what Shoot the Breeze is about. It's about talking shit, talking sense, and talking anything in between. I'll see you guys again next week, Saturday, for Shoot the Breeze. I'll see you. You'll see me on Tuesday for the reading of Nation Building. And on Thursday, I'll be doing a paper on Igbo economics. I'll see you guys then. Until next time, you guys be good. Peace.
All right.
What's going on here?
Thanks for listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast with your host, Koku. If you like what you just heard, we hope you pass along our web address, bittermedicineblogs.com, to your friends and colleagues, and share our show to all your social media. Be sure to check out our archive section on our website for previous podcasts. This has been a KWAZ radio production. Join us next time for another session of the Bitter Medicine Podcast. Follow us on Facebook at Bitter Medicine Show, Twitter, Bitter Meds, Tumblr, Bitter Meds, Instagram, Bitter Medicine.
All right. It's a good show, I guess. Is people staying on after? Or
Yeah, this is the After Dark show with the matron now.
Nah, we not doing no. We got to go to bed. We gonna get up and do Oni's show. We gonna do some worship tomorrow evening. I'm trying to restructure and set everything up so that not that this is too late, but I do recognize that I was probably being a little disrespectful of people's time because you guys are very supportive, and I'm looking at how to rebrand and how to figure it out, because y'all know I'm responsive. I'm not like, sometimes I'm a fiery initiator, but I'm a fiery respondent. So I always need you guys. You know what I mean? We bounce up off each other and stuff, but this was a great show. I love the content. I love the concept, and I can appreciate the fact that, we're all coming together to have these wonderful conversations. Appreciate each and every one of you.
Yes, ma'am. If I hit end broadcast, it ends us talking too, right?
No. If you hit end